Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, 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 everyone. I have my autumn colors on. You know, it's Turkey Day tomorrow in Canada. Thanksgiving. I don't celebrate it for what it was originally set up for. It's just, to me, it's a day where you can go spend time with friends and eat turkey. And I love turkey, actually. So any excuse to eat turkey is a good excuse for me. Anyway, we have quite the turnout in the Sandbox. What an awesome crew to start this live stream off with. We have Atticus Among Us, Looney Tunes 9000, B-Cat, John Martinez, and I think, so Life just popped in, and Hermit Horologist. Okay, yeah, this is like an awesome crew to start this off with. Yeah, but yeah, autumn colors, yay! I look good in warm colors. I look good in cool colors. My complexion, my eye color, hair color, skin color, I tend to look good in all colors except white. I don't look good in white. But yeah, okay. I'm distracted by the Sandbox already because I'm like, we should probably get started. I don't have like as much as I normally have, which is a good thing because actually I need to turn this on. Get the fan on. It is actually getting a little bit warm in here now that I'm actually like talking and stuff. But I don't have like a gazillion bazillion taps to go over today, which is good, you know, because when I first started these, I was thinking 2.5 hours. That would be a good call. Oh. But yeah, so tomorrow's Thanksgiving in Canada, a month before the Thanksgiving in the United States, which I think, you know, having Thanksgiving in October during like the harvest and giving us a good, you know, couple months before Christmas is a good call. Our Thanksgiving is at a better time than the American Thanksgiving, in my personal opinion. I'm just saying. They squished too much in November with, you know, Thanksgiving, Black Friday, and then all the things that happen with that. And yeah, anyway, I am babbling. Atticus is imagining me in Paisley. But yeah, took a while for me to actually figure out what the actual original Thanksgiving was about. But like most holidays, I actually like celebrating the holidays, but I don't celebrate them for what they were traditionally for. It's more like I've turned them into my own thing, which kind of was how those holidays were created in the first place. By other people just taking it on and making it into their own thing. But I have no like religious significance for it. No, it's just an excuse to dress up in silly costumes, to have pretty decorations, to spend times with friends and family. And I understand too that these times of years can also be really difficult for people who may have lost people, who don't have the money to celebrate. Stressful times. Sometimes being around family is extremely stressful. I get that one. So I understand absolutely why some people don't like the holidays for a lot of different reasons. And my like of the holidays has ebbed and flowed over the years, depending on, you know, what's happened in my life. Let's see. Just people are very chatty in the Sandbox already, and I want to make sure I'm not missing anything important. As I get a little frog in my throat. Let's see. Oh, anti-corporatist. Hello. John Martinez, the only thing KKK Columbus discovered was that he was lost. Mm-hmm. And BCAD says, orange is a lovely color on you, Sandy. Why, thank you. And Looney Tunes replying to John, I'd rather celebrate Native Americans than Spanish KKK man coming from Spain. Yeah. And John Martinez just saying, I appreciate the support, Looney Tunes. Thanks. Taking is also something I don't celebrate, but a day of mourning. I eat tamales on that day. I'm not entirely sure I said that right. Yeah, tomorrow is Indigenous Peoples Day in the United States. And yeah, it's you know, a lot of these holidays, it's how different people interpret them and stuff, but I don't celebrate it for the fact that, ooh, Canada was discovered by Europeans, because you can't discover something that was already here and inhabited. It's, you came across it, you didn't discover it. And up here in Canada, it was Jean Chrétien that was the first European settler that is on record. There's evidence of the Vikings going way back when as well that made it over and all that sort of stuff as far as Europeans are concerned. But yeah, like, all I know is tomorrow I'm going to eat some good turkey with some good company. And hopefully not talk politics, because my friends and I don't necessarily align all the way on politics, and I don't want it to be one of those dinners. But let's see. Oh yeah, my book that I keep on talking about has sold officially now 2 copies. So I don't feel the need to cheat. Because come the end of the derby, if it was still at 0, I would have cheated and bought one of my own just so there was one sold on the board. But I still don't know what anyone thinks of it. I still don't know if anybody's actually read it. Because there was one gauge that would tell me how many pages were read on the Kindle Ultimate or something. And those pages only did not go up, wasn't even half the book. And there's been no new pages read in about a week, over a week. So I'm assuming they gave up on the book. And I'm just kind of like wondering, like, is my writing bad or not? I don't know. Because the thing is that I don't get sick of that book. I've read it, like, I'm not joking when I say about a dozen times editing it. And I never got sick of it. I was looking forward to reading it, forward to going over it. I was looking forward to editing it because I just loved what was in that book so much. And so I find it very difficult to think that something that just makes so much sense to me and that I could love so much is just despised by everyone else. But we'll see. We'll see. I think it's October 25th that I can do the reveal, but depends on when I do the live stream after that. Probably to be doing a Halloween live stream. Most likely I'll be doing a Halloween live stream because I get to dress up and I like dressing up. I have like a little costume closet because I do theater. Let's see. Congrats on my sales from John Martinez. Why, thank you. And mentioning tamales are usually meat inside cornmeal. They date back to pre-colonial times and are exceptional. If you've never tried one, I insist you do. Sounds tasty. Atticus among us, you should run for president even though you're not qualified. Work for Jank. I don't know who you're asking to run for president. Like, I would absolutely run for American president. Why not? Looney Tunes 9000 saying she loves to dress up as a vampire. Do I? Yes, I do. But, actually, I'll just pop up the book thing again. Let's see, where is it? It's over here. And I'll put the description back in the, There we go. Link is now in the sandbox. I still haven't seen anyone guess which book is mine. And, you know, I would think it's, again, you can't do it based on the cover or the title because they were doled out. They were already pre-made. We had no say in the cover or the title or anything. You have to read the descriptions. And I would say, based on the descriptions, you should be able to figure out which one is mine, if you know me. But until the derby is over, I can neither confirm nor deny which one is mine. But I'd love to see people guess and see if anyone can get it right. But it does require you reading a whole bunch of descriptions, unfortunately. But I would think, if you know me well enough, you would know which book is mine. Yeah. It's all, it's in there. It's in there. And 2 copies. Woot! It's better than no copies, I guess. Anyway, I should probably get in with the politics and stuff because there's a lot of news to go over. Just like general news, like there's the elections coming up in BC, Saskatchewan, and New Brunswick. And I have a bit more about candidates in Saskatchewan and New Brunswick. I mean, not New Brunswick, BC. Because I've already covered like how they're into conspiracy theories a lot on this channel, but now there's also the racism. It's just, and it's not, again, this is stuff like one of them was caught saying the N-word 10 years ago. 10 years ago. And they passed the vetting to get in. Now, I do believe people can grow and change and all that sort of stuff, but 10 years ago, you should have known better. It's not like we're talking about 40 years ago or something of that sort. Even then, it wasn't acceptable, but yeah, it is just, the conservative parties are just an absolute cesspool of people that I am astonished how anyone can accept them in a party. Because even a lot of conservatives I know in real life are nowhere near as bad as them. Like, don't get me wrong, they're still prejudiced, racist, all that sort of stuff. But to see it on display so blatantly, it is quite jarring. Yeah. But also, just some news about Jagmeet Singh. He is not dead. Just want to put that out there. He's not dead. We'll get into that in a little bit. Also, some things from Pierre, which again is, when we say the lesser of 2 evils, because Justin Trudeau constantly says, you know, Israel has a right to defend themselves. He said Zionists should not be a dirty word. All that sort of stuff. Absolutely horrible, horrible takes on what's happening in Gaza. And then you have Pierre. Holy shit. We'll be getting into some of that. I wish for the day when it wasn't like, oh, we have to vote for the lesser evil, and we could actually just vote for the people we like, people we think will actually advance progressive values and things of that sort. Yeah, so some federal politics, some provincial politics. Why don't we get into it? So here we have, oh, hello, Lady Badass, just caught your name in the sandbox. Oh, and mini doctors. Wow, this is a really awesome turnout of people. Okay, so I will start this over. From CBC News, shot fired at Toronto Jewish Girls' School overnight. Say police. No one was injured. That's because it happened at 4 a.m. This is actually the second time this particular school has been targeted around the same time of night. So nobody was in there. Nobody was injured. So around 4 a.m. Saturday, Toronto police received a report of smashed windows at the Bayes, I don't know how to say that, girls' elementary school. Inspector Paul told reporters Saturday afternoon, upon further investigation, police determined the windows, along with other parts of the building, had been struck by gunfire. No one was at the school at the time of the shooting, the detective said, or investigator said, and there was no reports of any injuries. He also said police had not heard any report of gunshots being heard in the area. Police are not releasing any details about the suspects at this time. On and on and on. And this is bad. I do not want to see schools with bullet holes in them. Like, thankfully it was at night when nobody was there, nobody was hurt. But it does send a chilling message to the people of the school, to the community that school represents. And it is horrible. And I don't like when that happens. Because, call me a weird progressive lefty, but I don't like violence. I don't like hatred. I don't like terroristic attacks. I don't like, innocent people being targeted. And I don't even like non-innocent people being just brutally assaulted and murdered and things of that sort. I believe in, even the worst people should be up in front of a judge type thing. I don't believe in extrajudicial bombings and things of that sort, or the death penalty or anything like that. I believe in restorative justice because I'm just a radical progressive lefty like that. So this is horrible. Like, there's no doubt about it. This is a horrible thing to happen, and I don't like it. And, of course, Pierre Poilievre had something to say about it. So more bullets fired at a Jewish school overnight in Toronto. This is yet another shameful and terrifying common anti-Semitic attack in Canada in 2024 as part of a 251% increase in hate crimes during the 9 years of the NDP Liberals. So you notice there were a couple things that he left out of that statement. So it is a part of a 251 increase in the hate crimes. So he's not saying anti-Semitism specifically, but also keep in mind when quoting anti-Semitic hate crime numbers, they're also including things like Free Palestine or there's people on a poster wearing a keffiyeh. Those are considered hate things these days. And so Pierre Poilievre says, I will ban the terrorists, secure our borders, lock up criminals, and bring home safety for all. Oh, terror, terror. Everyone should be, there's roaming gangs in the streets of Canada. You know what happens if I accidentally leave my door unlocked? Nothing. Absolutely nothing happens. I don't encourage people to do that, but yeah, nothing bad happens. You know what happens when I go walking out on the street? Nothing. Nothing happens. There are, like, no doubt about it, again, there is violence, some areas that are more troublesome than others, but it's not like this is an epidemic across the country. And Sam Hirsch just replying back to that, saying, pretty despicable to exploit a shooting at a Jewish day school as an excuse to peddle your divisive and racist political rhetoric. And you see a lot of that coming from Pierre Poilievre, the way that he frames things, the over-the-top language he uses to use any political thing as this, like, wow, it's horrible, bring attention to it. And Sam continues saying the conservatives only care about anti-Semitism insofar they can score some cheap political points. And then we have, there was a statement from Justin Trudeau. I'm very disturbed to hear last night as families marked Yom Kippur, there were shots fired at a Jewish school in Toronto. As we wait for more details, my heart goes out to the students, staff, parents who must be terrified and hurting today. Anti-Semitism is a disgusting and dangerous form of hate. We won't let it stand. I believe even the first time this happened, he also released a statement on it. Now, I'm not against them releasing statements about an incident that is most likely a targeted hate attack. I don't mind that. What I am extremely bothered by is how, again, selective they are at which ones they call out. Because here we have an incident where no one was hurt. Shots fired at an empty school, and to be abundantly fair, I guess, we don't know what was involved. You know, we don't know if it was a targeted hate attack or just crossfire from other people, just some person who wanted to shoot up any old building and that one happened to be convenient. Like, we don't know. Most likely it was targeted, but we don't know for sure. And, you know, so again, horrible. But here's Joy Henderson, a wonderful person to follow on the Hostile Fart Sauna if you're still in there. And she says, Black child was scalded with boiling water by a Quebec woman. And as he lay writhing in pain, she poured more on him. But you don't see politicians or police say anything about us. Some weirdos shoot an empty building, though. The waterworks begins. Content warning about this next story. And just to be sure, because, you know, sometimes it won't pop up in my feed or anything, I did check Justin Trudeau's and Pierre Poilievre's Twitter feeds, and there is no mention of this hate attack on a child that was mentioned in their feeds. So, woman accused of throwing boiling water on boy faces aggravated assault charges, and this is from CBC News.
Woman is facing a charge of A Quebec woman is facing a charge of aggravated assault. She's accused of throwing boiling water at a 10-year-old boy as he walked by her home. Albert De La Talla has been tracking the latest developments. So what more can you tell us?
Well, Andrew, it's a 46-year-old Stephanie Burrell. She appeared in court for the first time today, and that was after she was rearrested this morning and charged with, as you say, with aggravated assault in that incident. And she appeared in court today via video link, and that's in relation to that October 2nd incident in Longueuil, Quebec, on the south shore of Montreal. Police allege that Burrell scalded a 10-year-old boy with water as he was walking home. We have a blurred image there of the boy. And by the way, a publication ban was issued today on his identity.
I originally saw this photo without his face blurred. News organizations thought it was somehow okay on Twitter to release the photos of this child with his face exposed as well. And, you know, the headline saying horrible attack on this child. But do you know what you don't see a picture of? The woman who did it. You see this horrific picture, but not of the woman who did it with the headlines. Again, it's just very selective how our media, how our politicians like to cover things.
Suffered serious burns in that incident to his face, to his head, to his torso and back. The boy told our colleagues at Radio Canada that he had been walking home from school when he and his friends decided to take a shortcut near that woman's home, and that was just before that incident happened. His father said that he arrived home screaming that someone had thrown boiling water on him and that he had been burned. Following that attack, the father...
Again, these are like life-changing injuries to this child. And a white woman did this to a black child. Again, you're not supposed to assume it's a hate-related attack. But most likely, yeah, it was racially motivated. So where's Justin Trudeau saying anything about this? But, you know, again, he's tweeting about a school that was shot at 4 a.m. in the morning with no injuries. And this child's life has been altered because of this hate attack. And Justin Trudeau? Crickets.
Says that the accused actually said she had assaulted his son because she said he had been repeatedly knocking on her door for the past few years, but he said that's impossible. He said they had just moved to the area in January and said that he had just attended the school, begun attending the school there within a month of that incident. He says that racism was involved here. Burrell, she had been arrested right after that incident, but she was released on conditions. There were calls, Andrew, from anti-racism groups, from one group to the mayor and to the police chief, calling for the accused to be rearrested. And in fact, as I said, she was rearrested today.
And we're learning now about the legal history of the accused?
Yeah, so Stephanie Burrell, she does have a legal history. She was charged with assault in 2021, acquitted of that charge the following year after she signed a peace bond. But we understand that is relevant to this, is considering that police did release her following that initial arrest in this case. And by the way, in this current case, she is set to be back in court next Wednesday.
Just absolutely horrific that that child had to go through that. And where, again, this type of thing is not common in Canada. It would be nice if maybe Justin said something about this as well as what happened at the school. Again, I'm not against him tweeting out anything about the school, but it's his lack of acknowledging anything else that I have issues with. Like Pierre Polyev, again, it's one of those things you kind of expect the worst from him anyway. Like, you know, he already uses like any sort of anti-Semitic attack to use as attack ads, and yeah, he's racist and all that sort of stuff. Like there's no question about it. But for somebody who's so performative like Justin Trudeau, one would hope that he would do this, but no, because, you know, he cares about pandering to Zionists, not to, you know, the Muslim community, the black and brown community. He doesn't care about pandering to them. And this wasn't the only recent kind of hate attack that happened. This one, nobody was injured. I'm just putting that out there. But this one is multi-layered. Like there's issues around this. And again, crickets from Justin Trudeau and Pierre Polyev on this one. And you'll understand why in just a moment. So Samira here is someone who I've featured a fair bit on this channel. She is an independent journalist and covers a lot about the protests that were happening at universities and things of that sort. And here she says, for what reason would a CPC HQ MPP mention my family restaurant name online like this? Let's go down here. So Goldie here is not actually a Conservative Party member of Ontario. So this is provincial. She's not actually part of the Conservative Party caucus anymore in Ontario. She sits as an independent because she found the line I didn't think existed with the Conservative Party and going on a podcast with like a super ultra right-wing known person. And so she had to step away from the Conservative caucus. But she says, I'm looking forward to wearing my Israel sweater while I go to your restaurant with my Jewish friends and order some, I don't know how to say that. I'm looking forward to seeing if it's as good as my cooking. See you soon, Samira. And I forget what this was about. But here, this is the restaurant that she was talking about, and that was, for what reason would Goldie there mention my family restaurant name online like this? Why do that, Goldie? We weren't talking about food or restaurants. There's only one reason. Yesterday, our restaurant was attacked and ransacked. Police are now investigating. This was very, very directed stochastic terrorism going on. Goldie pretty much just said, you know, here's a restaurant, go attack it if you're, against anyone who's pro-Palestinian. Like, this is so blatantly stochastic terrorism, to the point where it's like, I don't even necessarily want to call it stochastic terrorism. It's directed terrorism to do this, to get her rampant followers to go and attack this one restaurant because of who this restaurant was connected to, this independent journalist who is, anti-genocide. And Sarah Jama, another independent MPP here in Ontario. I look forward to eating here and supporting you once it's back open. I am so sorry this happened. Yeah, absolutely crickets from Justin Trudeau, but a Jewish school had a couple bullet holes in it when nobody was there. School is still absolutely functional. This shuts down the restaurant for days and days and days until all of this can get repaired. The amount of insurance that they have to go through, the replacing of shelves, of table, of the glass, all of it. They're losing business for days. Like, this will have a severe financial consequence on this family. And it was absolutely a targeted attack. And there is more from Goldie here. And she says, because she went to Israel recently, and she was quote tweeting somebody saying, I bet you feel safer in Israel during the war than in Canada with never ending orgastic hate fests on our streets. I don't even know what they were trying to say there. And she says, I've never felt more safe in my life, not having to deal with the pro-Hamas crowds who call for intifada. Oh my gosh, I can say that word in my head, but not out loud. Intifada. Intifada? In my head, I'm saying it correctly. You're just going to have to take my word for it. So who call for that while burning our Canadian flag is a breath of fresh air. I've actually met a lot of non-Jewish people who immigrated to Israel because they feel safe here. And I just found this because this person was quote tweeting them, Dallas Duncan, saying MPP feels safer in Israel than Canada. Tens of thousands of innocent civilians have been killed by Israel in the name of self-defense and ongoing threat to safety, a threat which is allegedly beyond negotiation. Make this make sense. So there is something in here where she says burning of the Canadian flags and stuff like that. There was a rally recently in BC, where, well, nothing technically illegal happened, not necessarily a good look. So the Canadian flag was burned. Again, I could care less about the Canadian flag being burned, and chants of death to Canada were initiated and stuff. Again, I generally speaking, I could care less, but it's, let's get to it doesn't help the movement. And as we'll see from the next couple of little tabs that I have open here, sometimes it's worth taking a beat before we just go support any old group that is, purporting certain interests and stuff, because sometimes they have their own self-interests involved, their own motivation involved that isn't the same motivation as what the bulk of the protest organizers and stuff are supporting. And when that happens, when you have these outliers like this come in and do these more extreme acts, well, then the media, of course, will focus on that and paint the entire activism organizations under that one brush. And so it can end up hurting a lot of what they are trying to get out, their message that they are trying to get out when this happens. But there's a little bit more to it than just, some people out of frustration burning the flag or saying death to Canada. And again, legal in this country to do both of those things. And again, I'm for me, it's like, so if you want to burn the Canadian flag, burn the Canadian flag. I don't care. So here's a news article on it. Vancouver police investigating October 7 protests expressing solidarity with terrorist groups. Vancouver police say they are aware of the October 7th pro-Hamas rally in downtown and are investigating acts that many in our community find intolerable, offensive, and unsafe. So here we see a pro-Hamas rally. And again, so often painted are the anti-genocide with pro-Hamas, when that's not generally the case. People who are anti-genocide are, generally speaking, also anti what Hamas did on October 7th. This actually tends to lean more into a pro-Hamas organization. The Vancouver Police Department says it's investigating these actions, and I think the byline is always repeated in the first sentences there. Online accounts posted on Twitter show video protesters burning Canadian flags while one person shouted on a megaphone, "We are Hamas, we are Hezbollah," in reference to two listed terrorist organizations by the Canadian government. The protest was co-organized by pro-Hamas group, I don't know how to say that, a non-profit group under the current federal government. Recent protests mark the October 7th anniversary of the Hamas attack on Israel, including acts that many in our community find intolerable, offensive, and unsafe, states the department on X on October 8th. These acts include people burning a Canadian flag, making inflammatory comments about various nations, including our own, and expressing solidarity with terrorist groups. Burning materials in any crowded place could damage property or endanger others, and anyone who breaks the law is subject to arrest and charges. We have heard from the community members and others who are deeply offended. We are conducting an investigation into actions protesters to determine if criminal offenses occurred, the department stated, adding it is aware of the Charter of Rights to express oneself politically. Yes, if you're going to do a flag burning, make sure you do it safely. Because I don't want to see anyone injured in that type of statement. Vancouver police have also alleged Vancouver-based that organization director Charlotte Cates, we'll get more into her in a moment, attacked Charlotte Cates committed public incitement of hatred and willful promotion of hatred for calling the October 7th attack heroic and brave, among other language that phrased it during the protest on October 26th at the Vancouver Art Gallery. It's not too much more, so let's finish the article. Cates was arrested April 29th and swore an undertaking not to participate in protests until October 8th court date, according to BC Civil Liberties Association. So she has a history of this sort of thing. What's expressed concern over Cates' civil liberties, including the right to political speech. Meantime, while Cates has been sidelined from Vancouver protests until reported Cates was one of several international figures honored with the 8th Annual Islamic Human Rights and Human Dignity Award in Tehran, Iran, August 4th. Crown Counsel is still assessing the charges recommended, and Cates' undertaking has expired, so she can now go and protest, I guess. Let's see. Charges to the policy include defining hate crimes for the purpose of policy to include any of the following prohibited acts. So I guess this is what the hate crimes are. Hate propaganda offenses, advocating or promoting genocide, though participating in one seems to be okie dokie with this country. Public incitement of hatred, willful promotion of hatred, and willful promotion of anti-Semitism. Conversion therapy offenses is actually banned here in Canada, conversion therapy. Mischief to property of an identifiable group motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate. Any criminal code offense. Oh my God. This article here that I've been reading from. Sorry about all of that. The joys of live streaming. And this is the rest of the article there. That kind of killed the steam of that as I glanced over. egg meat face. I hate when I do that sort of thing. Because I skip back and forth, but I'm pretty sure you guys did see this post. I had that up. Now I'm like, when did I stop? You guys saw this, right? Put a 1 in the comment if you guys saw me put this up on screen so I can at least backtrack a little bit if I need to. I'm pretty certain I put this one up, but just toss a 1 in the comment there so I know. And there's a delay, so I have to wait a moment. And put a 2 if you saw me put this one up. This comments if I had these ones up. So I've got a 1. Okay, yeah, got some 1s. Now we'll see about some 2s. Mozart, we're not going back at lot B. Yes. Okay, got some 2s. Okay, so it's just this article here that you guys were missing. I think you guys know me well enough to know I was reading this and not just making up words to fit a narrative. But you can also, go back and sync it up with me if you like. But I'm fairly certain you guys have seen me do this enough times to know that I was in good faith reading this article. Because why on earth would I, in bad faith, read an article and still just pretend that I can't read certain names? But I even highlighted a name and everything, and you guys weren't seeing it. It's like the best screen read I've ever done. Anyway, how about a little bit more on this from a quick little video? And it's on screen. Okay, we'll do this properly. So this is from Frank Dominic. I've featured him plenty of times on this channel. Let's talk about the Death to Canada chanting, the burning of the Canadian flag, the problematic nature of how we are responding.
Did you all see the video of the pro-Palestinian protester chanting death to Canada? Roll the tape.
I checked. This was at normal speed, so he must have speeded it up, because this is way too fast talking.
Revolution can be done. We must do it. Death to Canada. Death to the United States. And death to Israel.
Let's get something straight here. This is unequivocally a horrible thing to be saying. Earlier in that same speech, she was praising Hamas, or more specifically, praising the people who she called heroic, who were the ones who committed the atrocities on October 7th. If you are somebody who supports Palestine, if you are somebody who is in support of ending the occupation of Gaza, you cannot be in support of somebody like this who is chanting and doing things like this. Because if you are praising the October 7th massacre as being heroic, you are not in favor of a peaceful resolution to any of this. And she actually traveled to Iran and was praised by the Iranian media and government for her work in Canada. Also, I've seen this picture floating around a lot. It's not an accurate representation of who she is, because in Canada, she does not wear a hijab at all. And I don't know or care what her religion is. She is married to a Palestinian man. I don't know or care what his religion is. And also, for the people who are demanding for her and her husband to be deported, that is also not an appropriate way to be dealing with this situation. One thing we should be talking about is how the organization that she's the head of has been labeled as a terrorist organization in both Germany and in Israel. And maybe, just maybe, we should be looking into that organization and its operations in Canada and consider for ourselves whether or not we would like to designate it the same. Burning the Canadian flag is not illegal. Chanting death to Canada is not illegal. You have the ability and the freedom in Canada to protest, even if we think it's disgusting how and what you are doing and saying. But if you are somebody who wants a peaceful resolution to the war in Gaza, if you are somebody who wants to save the lives of as many Palestinians as possible, supporting her and her actions is not the way to do that. I am not saying that we need to be passive about things. As I've said before, dead children is a bad thing. There are dead children in Israel. There are dead children in Palestine. All of that is bad. But we also need to be mindful of who we are supporting and whether or not that is problematic.
Let's see. So I'm in the main shot now. I'm going to have to remember to go back to the news shot in just a moment. Yeah. It's kind of like, I remember down in the States, there were people who were in good faith protesting Black Lives Matter and stuff like that. But then you would have these fringe elements that would come in, usually from the right, to stir things up and try to paint the activism as all under one brush of being violent and all that sort of stuff. Like for me, I do not praise what Hamas did, but I understand why they did it. And that is two very different things, because kind of like Frank was saying, I don't like violence. I don't want to see anyone killed on any side of any conflict. I don't want to see violence. I don't want to see lives lost. And the way that the media is set up, who are they going to focus on when it comes to this sort of thing? How are they going to paint that picture? Not too great. And protesting in general can be nuanced, complicated, and stuff, because I have, one personal hot take about protest that I know most people will disagree with, and I understand why. And that is, I don't like it when public streets are just randomly shut down because of a protest. And again, I completely understand why people do it and the need for it and all that sort of stuff. But I've also been late to a job interview because of it. And there's a lot of other people who are maybe going to be late for work or in an emergency situation who need to get by, that it doesn't help the cause when something like that happens, when just the average person who is stressed in their own way, just trying to make it through the day, and then suddenly they're stuck for however long in a protest. But I'm all for streets being closed down for protests and stuff. I'm all for, let's splash the paint on the glass-covered paintings, because that tends to grab headlines. So again, that is just me personally. So when it comes to protests, I won't participate in one that will just randomly shut down a street corner. But I understand why other people do that. Completely understand why people do that. And because sometimes it feels like no matter what we do, we're never getting heard. So we have to keep on escalating the actions. And, pissed off people tend to get really loud. But again, protesting I liked the university protests because they were very organized. They had rules. They had a set objective, things that they were trying to get done. They weren't hampering students' ability to get to their classes, but it was an inconvenience at times, as they went down halls and made noise and things of that sort. It shut down a public field or a field within the school, all that sort of stuff. Like, I'm totally in favor of those types of protests. And there have been protests that have gone down the streets and things of that sort, but it's usually blocked off and there's permits and stuff, and totally in favor of those. So, it's give and take. But when it comes to different organizations and different groups, I'm not going to tell them how to protest. They do what they feel is best for their organization. But we do have to be careful sometimes about the other influences that might be in there, because they're not there for the same reasons. If this is making any sense, I know there's a point in my head I'm trying to get across, and I don't know if I'm doing it properly. Let's see, I'm trying to frame it that, yeah, just basically sometimes there's a small group of people and they're trying to platform their own interests which don't align with the rest of the group, and then it can get focused on. I guess I don't know if I'm making any sense. I'm going to check the sandbox, and then we'll get into a couple of more stuff. And there's some stuff again from Pierre that is just kind of mind-boggling. I just, and I also watched him at like 1.5 speed because I didn't want to watch the whole speech at like normal speed. And I swear to God, he turned into Ben Shapiro. It was kind of funny, actually. Oh, well, hello everyone who has since joined the sandbox and on the stream. People calling Goldie a Zionist, which she absolutely is. Let's see. Okay, I think I've scrolled back far enough. John Martinez, PP is out of his mind. First, that unhinged statement he made defending genocide, and second, his intentional erasure of all criticism of is not real. Yeah, he doubled down on that statement, and we'll get to it. It's just the idea that we can have the leader of a federal party getting away with saying this stuff on a public stage. There was a time when, if a politician was caught saying the N-word, that was the end of their political career. But now Pierre Poilievre, again, it's a hate crime to call for a genocide in this country. You're not allowed to do that. I don't understand how what he said wasn't that, and we'll get to it. Lady Badash, it's almost like religious schools are a target for hate and shouldn't really be a thing because education should be secular. Education should be secular. I would love to take all religion out of education. No private school boards, nothing. Everyone gets the same education. And then that way, when people are upset that their children aren't getting a proper education and they fight for a better education, it means all children will be getting a better education and not just a select few. John Martinez, we need to see who this terrorist looks like. The white supremacist fascist media needs to stop protecting her and other terrorists, talking about the woman who poured boiling water. Like that, that's premeditated there. That's premeditated. You don't just like, oh, there's a child bugging me. I'm just going to throw whatever I have in my hands at this child. Like even that alone is pretty bad. But the idea to go and retrieve or start boiling water to do this, okay, no, that was premeditated, and this woman needs to be behind bars for the rest of her life because she is not safe to be in public. Crotchety Media made the boy a target of hate attacks now by posting his photo. Yeah, it was absolutely disgusting. Like, even before the publication ban, where's just the common sense in that? The common sense of, oh, here's a minor, let's not post his picture all over, social media. Like, to me, that's just common sense that you would do that. You would blur out the child's face. But no, some of these articles posted the picture without it being blurred out. Absolutely disgusting. And then the racism ensued because on one of the Twitter feeds, somebody said, like, how dare you put up a picture identifying who this child is? And then somebody saying, can you identify him? Do you know who this black child is, type thing? And it's like, well, if you live in the neighborhood, yeah. Like, it won't take long for people to figure out who that child was. Absolutely disgusting. Crotchety, it's weird. I'm used to mugshots in America being posted all the time. I don't know if they do that here in Canada so much. Let's see. Crotchety, oh hell, definitely need to investigate Goldie. And she's been featured on my channel plenty of times because she was the one that showed the picture of a sidewalk chalk drawing near a university protest that said Free Palestine on it. And she actually like typed out in the tweet, this doesn't look very peaceful to me. It looks very pro-Hamas-y, which is absolutely disgusting. Let's see. John Martinez never felt safe. I'd feel safer in Palestine, like how I feel safer in the ghettos than the suburbs. And I don't think a lot of people really, again, understand how selectively safe people are in Israel. Because I don't know how safe I'd be there, because if they start demanding to know what religion I am, I can't even really say because I'm not part of a religion. I'm not an atheist, but I'm not part of a religion. So, does that mean that I'll get held up at an airport, be gratuitously searched? Would I be safe there as a queer NB? I don't know. Let's see. Mozart, imagine being Jewish and pulling a crystal knock. Yeah. And people just saying it's, legal to burn the flag. Yeah. And I wouldn't recommend you do it in a crowded area. But like to me personally, I have no attachment. Like, yes, I have the flag up there. I get that. But that's more, it's to let people know where my politics are, that this is a Canadian channel about Canadian news and politics. And it's only ever been an identifier like that. It's not because I have like an overwhelming sense of pride in Canada, which is why, like, even on my Twitter bio, so I have the 2 Twitter accounts now. One is specifically for my channel account. And in my SandeeLovas, even though it still says Left of the Box as a name, I've removed the Canadian flag from that one. But in the Left of the Box one, I have the Canadian flag, but it's in brackets. And again, it's just to identify that's where my politics are coming from. That's where my commentary is coming from. That's where my channel is coming from. It's nothing to do with like this overwhelming sense of pride. Like if Canada ceased being a nation tomorrow and it was broken into different provinces and stuff like that, my concerns aren't which flag will I be under. My concerns are, okay, what rights do we have? What privileges do we have? Do we still have health care? Like, the things that are actually fundamental to my well-being, which have nothing to do with this symbol. It's all a matter of like, okay, what kind of laws are there? That sort of thing is what I'd be concerned with. But what nation I belong to, it was just luck of the draw that I was born in Canada. And, that's all it is. It was just, this was the location I was born. And it took me, it's not like I was always in this spot. I used to be a very proud Canadian way back when, because they tried to instill that sort of pride in children and stuff. But I grew up and I learned. And it's hard to be proud of Canada when you know what Canada is. Let's see. Crotchety, but also supposedly half the people killed on October 7th were killed by IDF because the Hannibal Directive. I condemn Israel for October 7th, and the Hannibal Directive is barbaric. I don't think we've ever gotten a proper investigation into that. But they still bring up October 7th all the time, while totally dismissing. It's like, okay, that was a one-off event that happened a long time ago that should be properly investigated. And if there's anybody still alive that was involved with it, they should be held accountable by going to court. But then they say nothing about the continuing atrocity that's happening in Gaza and now in Lebanon. Let's see. Bad Lefty. We trust you, Sandy. Why, thank you. And this is the part where I realized I did not have the article up on the screen. It's hard because it's like I have the main screen in front of me where I'm reading the articles. I have all the tabs, which my OBS is on a second screen off to the side, which I control, like which scene you're seeing, how it's all that sort of stuff. But it's easier for me to read from articles and see the videos if they're directly in front of me, as opposed to seeing it through the OBS screen and having to control it that, because, you know, and got the mouse controlling. Anyway, I don't know if rearranging it would help. But it's not like it's the first time. It's almost like I wish there was a notification that it's like if I'm messing up my scenes that somebody would be like, we're not seeing what you're seeing, because I get so into the story that I'm not looking at the sandbox. So life, and if you're still saying Israel has a right to defend itself, then you also don't support a peaceful resolution. Donbass. Agreed, because they're not defending themselves. It is just absolute slaughter and genocide. Genocide is not... You can't commit genocide in the name of self-defense. And it's just weird that we even have to, that those words are connected. It's just like, when Justin Trudeau says, you know, Israel has the right to defend itself, be like, excuse me, Justin. Hi, Justin. Genocide is not a valid self-defense mechanism. It's not. But it's hate speech in Canada to promote a genocide. Support one. Well, this country does that, both abroad and here. John Martinez, you can't support one genocide over another. You have to be against any and every genocide, period. What an asshat. Oops, skipped. Where am I? Where am I? Anyway, Crotchety, I can't imagine that saying N-word was ever the end of a political career in Canada. You know, and maybe a staffer. I'm trying to think about it. It could be that they were screened out. So people who have said the N-word were screened out before they were allowed to become candidates. That if they were somewhat public, or a whole bunch of people have just, it's still hidden. But we'll get into that one candidate about how comfortable he was with that sort of language, how absolutely horrible he is. But it could be that a lot of those people were screened out ahead of time so that you don't catch them saying the N-word while being a politician. Because there used to be a time, I think, they took vetting a little bit more seriously. But, you know, maybe it's the Trump influence. Like, ever since Trump won on these conspiracy theory, culture war, you know, ultra right-wing rhetoric, it's gone full steam up here as well. Because, like I said, with the NDP, they screened me out from becoming a candidate because of a sarcastic sense of humor. And that, you know, I've cursed in some of the tweets that I had sent out. Even though I'm like, that was a joke, what I had tweeted with those curse words. But, you know, that was enough for them to not even allow me to become a candidate in the first place. So it could be more that in the Liberal and the NDP anyway, that they've screened out those candidates, although there's a crap ton of racism in both of those parties as well. It's built into the system. Looney Tunes 9000 outlaw Catholic schools. Yeah, Erd? Hello, Erd. I don't know if I've seen you in the Sandbox before. Private education absolutely needs to be abolished at all levels. Yeah, I'm all for just public education. Everyone's on the same footing. You know, one group doesn't get advantages for, you know, the sake of they were born into a wealthy family or something of that sort. You know, because I want to see everyone live up to their full potential. Because we could have amazing scientists and poets and artists and, you know, doctors, but they'll never actually get there because they were never able to access the education to give them those opportunities. And this is like globally. This is why I want to see like globally everyone be risen up, because I think of like the scientific and medical advances that could be happening right now. You know, the technological, the engineering that could be happening right now. If all the brilliant people in the world were given the chance to actually live to that potential, but so many people are just caught in poverty that will never see that. And it's so unfortunate because, you know, I want to see everyone, like I said, I want to see everyone live to their full potential. And, you know, it makes those individual lives better, but it also makes the lives of everyone else better when that happens. Let's see. John Martinez, looking sharp and orange. Left of the box. Why? Thank you. I was unsure about wearing a turtleneck because sometimes you can see. Got my gold butterflies, my gold butterflies, my gold butterflies. I might be getting a little too old to be wearing costume jewelry all the time. Let's see. Okay, we should probably get back into it. I still have stuff to go through. Here I am, it's like, I don't have like a terrible, like tons and tons and tons in the docket. And then I just keep on rambling. John Martinez saying they want to say that word so bad. They do. And a whole bunch of other things that we'll get to again. It's just... Erd says just recently made the effort to find sane Canadian content. Well, do I have bad news for you? I'm not exactly sane. I'm allowed to joke because I'm on disability for mental health issues. Although, again, I sometimes see what a lot of these right-wingers are saying and doing, the conspiracy beliefs that they have, the vitriol, the hatred in them, and I look at them like, how was it that I was diagnosed crazy and they're not? How is that the neurotypical in me just being not able to function in public? I don't understand this. But I try to have a objective, fact-based take on things and consistent. You know, like people were saying in the Sandbox, a genocide is bad no matter who is being genocided. That's bad. Violence is bad no matter who that violence is inflicted on. Because they keep on saying innocent people. And yeah, horrible, but even the people actively engaged, I want them to go to court and suffer consequences. I don't just want to see them and their families blown up. Lady Badass, Sandy didn't deny they're a pastafarian, so it must be true. I have no idea what that means. John Martinez, Sandy, I wear the Aztec calendar around my neck. That isn't cheap. It's big and it's fine. Wear as much jewelry as you want. It suits you, admittedly. Why, thank you. And then you corrected the name, my spelling. Yeah, I've always loved big, sparkly, blingy things. I should maybe take a picture of it someday, my jewelry stand. is ridiculous. And I have jewelry from literally like when I was 12 years old still. I do have to throw it out every now and then, especially earrings, because they can get to a point where they agitate my ears too much to wear. But I'm just like, why not? It's pretty, it's sparkly. I like colorful, I like big. John Martinez, the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. Is that the Pastafarian? Okay, okay. I will neither confirm nor deny that that assessment, ascertainment. No, there's a word that was just so green, come out of my mouth and then didn't. Assertion. That's it. I will neither confirm nor deny that. I will neither confirm nor deny that assertion. Oh, okay. You see, I do this, I get all this jokey stuff, and then it's like, okay, so let's get back to the news, and I'm looking at the next article, which I'm going to remember to change the screen to. I'm like, oh, God damn it. You know, because it's not peachy keen news. It's pretty bad again. The tone changes that happen in this live stream, because it's the autistic in me, I think. My facial expressions are constantly changing. And if you go through a live stream and just randomly pick places where you freeze frame, like even within the span of a minute, you'll find 20 different facial expressions. Yeah, so the next story, it brings us back down, I guess. Here we go. From CTV News, government spending on flights for Canadians fleeing the Middle East, unpopular nano survey finds. I'm glad they're using nanos and not another one that I covered in my last live stream. Which the name just slipped my freaking brain again, because I'm so bad at remembering things like that. When we're the person who, Angus Reid, okay, yeah. The Angus Reid polls and surveys, turns out done by a very biased and racist and horrible person. Anyway, amid escalating violence in the Middle East, a majority of surveyed Canadians say they don't believe the costs associated with Canadians fleeing the region should be funded solely by the government. Considering how much money we put into assisting that violence, we should be helping people flee. The survey by Nanos Research and CTV News of more than 1,000 Canadian adults showed that more than a third of respondents felt Canadian citizens fleeing Lebanon, Israel, or broader region should cover travel costs on their own, 36.2%. A slightly larger percentage said costs should be shared between evacuees. There's actually a graph here. So the dark here, the 20% that's Canadian government should cover all costs. The Canadian individuals at 36 should cover themselves solely. 37 is shared between individual and the government, and the 6% is they're unsure. Which, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, the government should be covering the costs. Like, we are sending weapons to that area. We are sending money to that area for violent reasons. If there's Canadian citizens there, then we should be helping them get out of that area. Like, it's... But just seeing, again, just the majority surveyed said Canadians say they don't believe costs associated with Canadians fleeing region should be funded solely by the government. Now, where do you think these biases come from? Again, we have a lot of people in political positions that tend to be very hateful and are saying a lot of this. And so right now in BC, there is this candidate here. BC Conservative candidate called for a boycott of Air Canada to stop airlifts rescuing Syrian refugees. It's in the system. It's ingrained in the system. We will assist with the harm, but we won't assist with the harm reduction. Like, it's just... And we'll get more into him. I'll read a little bit of this, but then when I cross over into provincial politics, we'll be talking a lot more about this douche canoe. A BC Conservative candidate who recently apologized for anti-Muslim, anti-Palestinian statements also repeatedly posted anti-refugee content on social media. I get so viscerally angry at people who are anti-refugee, because those are people who are fleeing a situation that is so horrific, they've had to leave everything behind. There's war, there's destruction, they're all traumatized. I've volunteered with plenty of refugees in this area tutoring English, and they're not here by choice. They're here because they had no other choice than to flee. And to, try to villainize these people, I get like viscerally angry at people who try to slander refugees, because refugees are some of the most, resilient people I know. What they have survived, what they have gone through. Yeah. So BC Conservative candidate, Brent Chapman, the BC Conservative candidate for Surrey South, issued a statement Wednesday night apologizing for comments he acknowledged were completely unacceptable. I think he knew that at the time, too. Chapman had come under fire after the resurfacing of past statements on his social media falsely claiming Muslims and Palestinians engage in inbreeding. That's him down here. I think part of it is cut off in the image there. So basically he said, "It is forbidden to marry outside your family in Palestine," Chapman wrote. "They are all little inbred, walking, talking, breathing time bombs, figuratively and quite literally." In another post, Chapman claimed Muslim babies in Saudi Arabia are born with birth defects and malformed organs caused by rampant consanguinity, which I actually had to Google. Cousins. This guy passed vetting to get into a political party. And this ain't all from him. Like, it's just, like I said, there's more. There'll be more coming from him. Despite the apology, Press Progress independently confirmed Chapman deleted his personal Facebook account late Wednesday night around the same time as he issued a statement apologizing for his anti-Muslim, anti-Palestinian statements. Chapman's deleted account was a prolific contributor to a number of private right-wing Facebook groups, which are not publicly viewable. In one now deleted message, Chapman attempted to organize members of his group to troll comment sections on left-wing Facebook pages and kick some butt. Other postings show a pattern of problematic and antagonistic views about refugees fleeing dangerous conflict zones in one of the most significant humanitarian crises in recent history. In one deleted posting from November 2015, Chapman called on Canadians to boycott Air Canada to prevent further airlifts rescuing refugees from Syria after viewing a misleading anti-refugee video featuring what he believed to be Muslim refugees crossing into Macedonia. Air Canada wants to lend planes and crews to assist airlifting Syrians to Canada, Chapman wrote. Maybe Canadians could help Air Canada understand our disappointment by giving them a boycott. Chapman suggested a boycott could be a little stocking stuffer for Air Canada. I'm not going to read the whole article. Press Progress does an amazing job digging deep into these. If you want to throw up the meal you had last week, because of how disgusting this is, you can read the rest of it. But there'll be more on him when we get into provincial stuff. But it's just, again, When we have people like this that are given the platforms of being politicians, I can't say I'm then shocked that people are becoming more comfortable with the idea of saying, no, we shouldn't be helping them at all. The majority survey said that, don't believe costs with Canadians fleeing. And this isn't even just refugees, it's Canadian citizens fleeing the region should be funded solely by the government. So, Canada shouldn't be assisting Canadian citizens. But yeah, just infuriating. I'm going to go back to the main shop because we're about to get into some different stories, and I'd like to break it up just a little bit and make sure that I get back into the sandbox so I don't miss too many of your wonderful comments. Let's see. Hermit horologists, I thought they said they weren't paying for it anyway. Yes, the Canadian government has already made it clear that they're not paying for it, but now the public in general is starting to get more on board with the idea that Canada shouldn't be helping Canadian citizens flee. Canada's way of helping is to well, we'll give them a loan if they want to flee Lebanon. Grand Theft Autobot. I don't dislike the onion, but I prefer my spaghetti without the onion. I can't stand eating onions, but I like the onion taste. Again, this is like hindsight 2020. It's like, oh, turns out I'm autistic. Does it? I can't stand the crunching sound that onions make. It's like crunching bugs to me. I've always had that, somehow that is cross-wired in my brain when I was a kid. But if it's powdered onion, if it's like an onion dip, I have zero problem with that. But if it's actual onion, I can't do that. I can't. I will pick it out of food if that's the case. But I have zero problem with the actual taste of it. It's the texture. Let's see. I jumped. Okay. Yeah, lots of interesting comments going on in the sandbox. I don't want to be too distracted by it because I don't want this to be a 5-hour long live stream. Let's get back to the news, shall we? Should Justin Trudeau step down as leader of the federal Liberal Party? Yeah, he should. That's according to me. But maybe according to some of the people within his own party now. Let's look. So, again from CTV News, Prime Minister faces mounting pressure to step aside from inside caucus. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau will face mounting pressure from his caucus this week to step down from leadership of the Liberal Party. A group of backbench MPs, primarily from Atlantic Canada and southwestern Ontario, are in discussion to formally release and ask for the Prime Minister to consider the future of the Liberal Party in making a decision about whether to stay at the helm of it. Though MPs for months have lamented behind closed doors, and yes, even to reporters, that they were resigned in their belief Prime Minister was staying on. Things changed this week during Caucus Wednesday. Both the Prime Minister and his top staffers were absent from the regular weekly meetings, a rare occurrence, as discussion turned to challenges the party faces vis-a-vis the most recent by-election results in Montreal and Toronto. Sustained public opinion polling, things became, as one MP recounted to CTV News, fraught. A secret caucus. That sounds so dirty. Are you part of the secret caucus? After asking staff from Prime Minister's office to leave, a group of those MPs broke off after caucus in what three of them told CTV News was like a secret caucus. It was during this meeting talk of something more formal developed, though other MPs in the group insisted they wanted to tell the Prime Minister directly. That has not happened. CTV News spoke to 24 Liberal MPs Friday, about half of whom they said they were aware of the so-called letter circulating, but had not put their names to it. Half a dozen of the MPs said they had heard about 30 people are signing it, but has not seen the signatures themselves, so on and so forth. It wouldn't surprise me that there's stuff going on behind the scenes. That some of them are not happy with the polling, with the way that the election results are. But they are too chicken shit to put their names to it. None of them are coming out publicly. None of them are applying that public pressure right now. This is just all behind the scenes, high school gossip bullshit happening. We need politicians that actually have the backbone to stand up for the people that they're representing. If they feel Justin Trudeau is now a detriment to their party, that he won't help them in the next election, then they should be public about it. But they're so afraid of losing their privileges of being an MP in the Liberal Party that they'll keep their mouths shut, even though they know there's a very good chance if Justin Trudeau remains leader of the Liberal Party, Pierre will win. The Conservatives will win, which is not a good outcome. I would love to say that the NDP would win. Not likely either. Just have the backbone. Have the backbone. And the thing is that, you know, Justin Trudeau is just another milquetoast liberal. Like, I don't know who would be a better liberal for the party. Anyone that I would think is a good party, like, politician to step up for the Liberal Party would probably be an NDP or, you know, there's nobody who I think would make a good Liberal Party leader. But what they do need is somebody that can at least make people believe it's going to be a different party, that there's going to be change, that they can keep the Liberal Party while still having change. Because as is the habit with elections here in Canada, is people just get sick of it. They get sick of one side or the other, or they see their lives aren't improving and they blame the party that's in power at the time. Because, like, why is it that a lot of people are sick of Justin Trudeau, sick of who he is? Well, maybe it could be because of something like this. Income inequality in Canada to the highest level ever recorded, Statistics Canada. Widening income gap driven by investment returns for top 20% of Canadian earners. It's things like this that make people sick of... Was there a picture of him? Of him. Because Justin Trudeau will go up on stage and say things like, Canada's economy is improving. We have the best economy in the world. So great to be Canadian. You know, incomes are up and blah, 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 and all that sort of stuff. Some incomes are up. Some people are benefiting from a change in an economy. When the economy improves, it doesn't mean it's improving the lives of all the people in that economy. It just means the economy as an abstract is improving. It's not a one-to-one relation to the people of the country. So when you hear Justin Trudeau constantly gloating about how great the economy is here in Canada, while totally ignoring the real live suffering of so many people in this country, the dismissal of what we're going through, that's what we're fucking fed up with. You know, just this absolute overlooking, not acknowledging what the average Canadian is going through. The gap in the shared disposable income between the richest 2/5 of Canadians and the bottom 2/5 grew to 47% points in the second quarter of 2024, Statistics Canada reported Thursday. That's the widest gap recorded since 1999, when Statistics Canada first started collecting such data. The gap was driven by the top 20% of income earners who saw the largest increase in their shared disposable income, the report said. That increase was driven largely by investment gains, which the statistics agency attributed to higher interest rates. While higher interest rates can lead to increased borrowing costs for households, they can also lead to higher yields on savings and investments accounts, the report said. Lower income households are more likely to have limited capacity to take advantage of these higher returns, as on average they have fewer resources available for saving and investment. While those in the lowest 20% saw a slight rise in their share of disposable income due to wage increases, the middle 60% of Canadians saw a decrease in their share. 60% saw a decrease. This is why people hate Justin Trudeau. This is why they want him out. Because when he keeps on bragging about that economy, he is ignoring that 60% of Canadians. The Statistics Canada report said that in the second quarter, the top 20% of Canadians held more than 2/3 of the country's wealth, averaging $3.4 million per household. By comparison, the bottom 40% of Canadians accounted for only 2.8% of Canada's wealth. Okay. So the top 20% of Canadians held more than 2/3 of the country's wealth. Meanwhile, the bottom 40%, 2.8%. And this is why, people are mad. The economy is improving, but not for everyone. Asked about the rising income inequality in Canada, Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland said the Liberal government has been focused on bringing forward policies such as childcare and dental care programs to help middle-class and lower-income Canadians. This was only pushed through because of the NDP. I think the childcare was something that the Liberals were originally trying to push for, but the dental care was only pushed through because of the NDP. And even the childcare and the dental care programs, they're means tested. They're not necessarily accessible depending on, the province's willingness to actually push it through. We are working very, very hard to lean against this tendency in the global economy towards more inequality, she told reporters at a press conference on Thursday. We are leaning against it with very specific policies designed to support middle-class Canadians and people working hard to join the middle class. But Conservative leader Pierre blamed Liberal policies for widening wealth. I'm not even going to bother reading what he says in here because it's complete bullshit. Anything he says is bullshit. And I despise Justin Trudeau. Lesser evil. So I would definitely like to see a different person in charge of the Liberal Party, but ideally I want to see the NDP pick up gains. I want to see the NDP be where they should be, because if they were properly promoting themselves and promoting their policies and getting their word out there, they'd be at the top. But they do such a bad job of getting their word out there, promoting themselves, speaking to the people, that they just get lost in the noise. But speaking of the NDP, so we have these stories a little bit more serious, but then we get to the ridiculous. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. From Heather McPherson, great news, Jagmeet is just fine. No editorial or journalistic integrity by the Edmonton Journal. The Edmonton Journal is quickly turning to Rebel News with car ads. This was an ad in the Edmonton Journal. Jagmeet Singh suffers fatal accident on live television. And the Progress report just saying, quite surprised today when we browsed over to Edmonton Journal to check the morning news and learned that Jagmeet Singh is dead. Jagmeet Singh is not dead. and Heather McPherson, an NDP MP.
You saw the Edmonton Journal story. I've got some.
Let's make this bigger and backtrack.
Hey everyone, in case you saw the Edmonton Journal story, I've got some great news for everybody to see. Look who I found.
Turns out I am alive. In case you're wondering, I am doing well, Heather.
Yeah. But there's actually some interesting reasons behind this that Rachel Gilmore, somebody I've featured plenty of times on this channel, gets into. But it's just that the idea that any sort of magazine can publish, even in ads, such blatant lies is very troublesome, to say the least. Because a lot of this does have the ability to influence people, and if they're lying about something that is so provably wrong like this, then what else are they lying about? But Rachel Gilmore here gets into a little bit of what these ads are all about. And she quote tweets herself saying, "Fun fact, companies popped up to offer a solution to this from the advertiser's side, blocking ads from serving on sites that use keywords. The words, though, are like racism and abortion. Bad actors have slimy ways around, so guess who loses ad dollars? The news." And here's her thing on what happened with the ad in Jagmeet Singh.
People, many of whom have. And NDP leader Jagmeet Singh was not in a tragic accident, folks. Despite what some ads splashed on news websites this week have been telling people, many of whom have taken to social media this week to share that they were served these kinds of ads on websites like the Toronto Star, the Vancouver Sun, and the Edmonton Journal. Ads like this and this. It got so bad that Jagmeet Singh actually made a video with his MP Heather McPherson to confirm that he's alive and well. And I can confirm that newsrooms internally are scrambling to do something about these ads because they had no idea that they were running on their website until people flagged it. But how does something like that happen? Well, I have developed a particular set of skills over the last year that allow me to answer that question. See,
like, for me, the idea that there's nobody that works at the Edmonton Journal reviewing what is on their website. Like, what kind of ads are there? Like, that's the thing that kind of gets me a lot with this, that it took other people flagging it, not anyone associated with the Edmonton Journal flagging it. Like, there's no quality control going on at all in these news organizations.
in addition to my independent journalism, I also do investigative reporting for this US-based nonprofit. And through my work with Check My Ads, I learned that the digital ad industry, which is the $700 billion business behind the ads that you see online, has a problem. This industry has basically no oversight and regulation. And there are a ton of middlemen along the way that make it really hard to determine how ads actually get from point A to point Z. Point Z being the actual website and you seeing the ad. So basically advertisers hand off their money and have no idea what websites their ads end up on and what they end up funding in the process. And the websites themselves, who are working with middlemen to access this pool of advertisers, don't actually know exactly what's going to show up on their website. And there's no imperative for any of this to change because, at least according to the Department of Justice, who's currently trying to prove this in court, Google has a monopoly on the digital ad industry. So they don't.
So without the actual papers being able to choose the ads themselves, this just sets up like very nefarious people to do very nefarious things. Like people who have, what's the words? Agendas. You know, negative agendas, right-wing agendas, hateful agendas, can easily just take these things over and have their propaganda in all of these journals online without the journals themselves even aware of it. Like the idea that it can just be hijacked like that, especially going into elections in any country, to spread that sort of misinformation, because when the journals themselves don't notice it and people see it attached to the journals, it legitimizes it. Because, well, why would this journal allow this ad to be in that Jagmeet Singh is dead? But then what about the COVID deniers, the anti-vaxxers, like all these other things? And what it does is it really undermines media in general, because now you have to start questioning everything. Again, if something so blatantly as them claiming Jagmeet Singh is dead when he's not, what else are they saying? So can you trust anything coming out of these journals anymore? Because what's to say it stops there? Like, this undermines the press completely when this happens. And it shouldn't be allowed to happen.
Don't really have to fix any of this, because why implement solutions that would cost them more money when advertisers and websites basically have to use Google services anyways? That is, if websites want to get access to the pool with the most advertiser dollars, and advertisers want to get access to the pool with the most eyeballs. So basically, if Google or the other middlemen took the time to do so, they could make sure that the ad spewing lies don't show up on websites like this in the first place, rather than playing whack-a-mole after the fact. And they could also make sure advertisers don't end up on disinfo or other harmful websites, which is literally a massive part of why we have a disinformation problem, because it's profitable. Thanks in large part to ads. So yeah, this is why some people might think Jagmeet Singh is no longer with us. And it also helps you understand why so many people think the government controls the weather and that people are going to be forced to eat bugs. Hope this helps. What do you think?
Yeah. And just a little bit more on the NDP and Jagmeet Singh. So, celebration here. Breaking, despite Conservatives' attempt to block it, the NDP Pharmacare plan has just passed through the Senate. Yay, NDP Pharmacare plan. I wish they would find another name for this, because this can be very misleading, making people think, oh, all medications. No, that means free birth control and diabetes medications and devices. That's it. Like, it's great, you know, that contraceptives and diabetes medication is covered, but that's all that's covered. This isn't exactly a pharmaceutical plan or a pharmacare plan. It is very selective on a couple drugs. It means relief for people and less power for big pharma. This is why we keep fighting. Yeah. Well, let's get a little bit more into that. I'm going to change the shot here while I do this, and then I will go back here. Oops. And replay.
It's fragile because of the cuts.
It's Jagmeet Singh's crowning political achievement.
This has been a long dream of New Democrats since Tommy Douglas. We've dreamed of making sure our healthcare system would include medication coverage. And now, pharmacare is the law of the land.
Becoming law Thursday night.
Like, saying pharmacare is now the law of the land. Again, to me, that's kind of misleading, because it's two things. And, you know, every step forward is a good step, I suppose, but to make it seem like something so incredibly wonderful when it's so limited, to me, that's frustrating. Like, why not the rest of the drugs then? Why just these two? And why pick those two? Like, very important, lots and lots of people need them, but why not some cancer treatment drugs? Why not some heart medication? Like, it's just so frustrating that they're very selective over which ones.
Putting in place a framework for a single-payer universal drug plan, the core of the now defunct Liberal NDP political agreement, but Canadians shouldn't expect cheap pharmaceuticals anytime soon.
We need the provinces and territories to come to the table and sign agreements with us.
Premier's enthusiasm to negotiate with Trudeau varies. British Columbia already has a memorandum of understanding with Ottawa. Alberta saying they want no part of the plan. But the health minister is confident deals can be in place with all provinces by the spring.
There's going to be a day when Canadians look back and find it unimaginable that people who needed access to essential medication didn't have it.
But Mark Holland admits that day isn't now. The new law is essentially pharmacare light, only covering diabetes medication and birth control. But costs for those drugs can add up. Birth control and IUDs run from $100 to $300 a year. And the 5.7 million Canadians who have diabetes can spend anywhere from $900 to $1,700 annually. Prices that would go to zero if Ottawa and the provinces can find common ground.
If Ottawa and the provinces can find common ground. And this is where we have the problem again, where you know, the conservative provinces in particular, they don't want the liberals to have a win. And they're constantly, instead of working for people to get these gains, they're working against it and fighting against it. And so just because it gets passed in the Senate doesn't mean we're necessarily going to see it. And we saw this type of thing happen with the childcare. Like the way that the provinces decide to dole it out is very different and restrictive and underfunded and all of this sort of stuff. So I'm the type of person that I like to celebrate legislation and policy when I see it actually in action. This is a good first step. It's passed the Senate. But I want to see the provinces and the federal government actually work together for a change, as opposed to just constantly working against each other because they don't want the other side to receive any sort of win.
Legislation and the deals that may be coming may be a huge relief to people who have diabetes and to people who are having trouble affording contraceptives.
The cost, $1.9 billion over 5 years, which will rise if the NDP get their way and more drugs are added. But Jagmeet Singh wouldn't say if his party would prop up the Liberals in Parliament in exchange for better drug coverage.
Well, we're letting Justin Trudeau know right now what we want to see happen. We want to see deals signed.
While the Liberals and NDP both jockey to try and take credit for the plan, the Conservatives won't say if they support it, Carolyn, or if Pierre Poilievre would scrap any potential deals with provinces if he becomes Prime Minister.
He absolutely would. And we're about to get into Pierre Poilievre and whew, some of the things he said. So before we get into Pierre Poilievre a little bit more, check in the Sandbox. I get so distracted by the Sandbox because I love interacting with all of you. You guys help make my channel. Oh, people are starting to talk about food. I'm hungry. I forgot to eat like a midday snack. Grand Theft Autobot, we definitely have a Trudeau's Canada's Biden situation here. Yeah, Trudeau is just sticking on for ego more than anything else. You know, he wants to be like the longest running prime minister or something of that sort. But the thing is in Canada, you don't, you know, okay, the country's sick of you, step aside, let somebody else do it. You can always run again. There's been a few prime ministers that have gaps in between the time that they were prime ministers. Like there's no limitation as to how many times somebody can become a prime minister. Don't tell the United States that's possible in a parliamentary system, because then Donald Trump might actually be tempted to be like, well then, because there's no term limits for a prime minister here. So he could absolutely step back, let people take a breath, and if his ego then drives him to, he can try again and see where people are at. But to sink his party, and he will, if he remains as, you know, liberal leader for ego, is just disgusting. It's disgusting. And I always have to put this caveat in because people always whine and bitch when I say it, but I don't like the liberals. They're just better than the conservatives. And historically speaking, it's either the conservatives or the liberals who get into power with our first past the post system. Plain and simple as that. I would prefer a new party that is actually progressively based, like a socialist party, to actually get into power. That's what I would ideally want. If I could just snap my fingers, make a new party, a socialist-based party. Bad lefty, silly connects, doing communism wrong. Yeah, the United States love to accuse us of doing communism, but I have a number of centrist friends straight up told me they are voting conservative because they are bored of JT. Yeah. We suffer from apathy and boredom in this country when it comes to politics. People don't vote because of apathy, and then when they do, it's out of boredom. And it's just it's so frustrating because we'll get like I said, we're about to get into Pierre again. Lives will be lost under conservative governments. Lives have already been lost under conservative governments, in their underfunding and their cutting of programs, in, you know, creating these housing crises, because far more the conservatives' fault than the liberals on that one. All of this has cost lives, and everything that they want to do will cost more lives. So it's yeah, we're all sick of Justin Trudeau. Get somebody else then in front of the liberals, because the idea that, oh, well, I'm sick of seeing his face all the time. And the consequences of what will happen with Pierre Poilievre as prime minister. I'm already getting anxiety over it. Lady Badass, Sandy, update on my beef with my MP is his response to my lengthy email was literally, thank you for your email. If you would please provide your name and mailing address, it would be helpful. Then you'll get one of those calendars, if that's what you do. Oh. Hermitologist agreeing with me. Yeah, it would only get worse under PP. Mm-hmm. Hello, Donald Duck. Don't know if I've seen you in the sandbox before, so welcome. You're a duck out of water in the sandbox. Let's see. John Martinez, listening to PP for Truth is like listening to Goebbels for fact about Jewish people. We're going to get into it. Bad Lefty, to butcher that old quote, rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated. John Martinez, the right wing relies on lies. They know their followers are total dipshits and take advantage of that. Meanwhile, everyone else has to correct their bullshit when they put this crap in the media. As I was saying, like when we were reviewing that video, like it becomes a problem when these fake ads and stuff get legitimized in these papers, but then it undermines the credibility of all of these papers. Where are people going to go to get educated? Like, if you don't know, like, you guys are smart enough to come to the Sandbox here and check out my channel. And there's other lefty programs that, you know, are grounded in actual fact. But if you don't know we exist, how do you get here, especially when lefty programs aren't really in the algorithms? How do you find out about this? How do you know what's true these days? Because even mainstream media has accidentally posted lies because it picked up steam in Twitter. Like, we're going into a future where it's like fact checking. It's how do you fact check these days? Because when one of your credible sources that you would normally go to has, oh, look, Jagmeet Singh died in a tragic accident live on TV. How can you go to that? Like, even all the articles I read, I take it with a grain of salt. I know they're biased. I try to get well-rounded ones. I try to get different perspectives. But really, the only people you can sort of trust are people that are on the ground and are trusted sources, because even then you have people on social media that would be like, oh, look at this bombed out town in Gaza, but it turns out it's a different bombed out town from a different country. Like, how do you fact check these days? So that's why, like, when I'm on Twitter, I try my best to like stick to very specific. These are accounts that seem to be reliable to me, to politicians, to journalists and things, that are like, here are links to articles that I can then go to. And yeah, it's super frustrating that our entire media is being completely undermined and people are asleep while it happens. Erd is, I think, agreeing with Rachel Gilmore about the journals not picking their own ads and served up by agencies. Yep. Let's see. Oh, it jumped. I still have a lot to get to, so I don't want to get too distracted in Sandbox. Erd said I had to search actively for a long time to come across a Canadian YouTuber that focuses on Canadian news. Yeah, that's the thing. There are a few Canadian YouTubers that are more popular in the algorithms, but they don't tend to focus on Canadian issues. But you have Rachel Gilmore on different social medias, and you also have Steve Boots. He's from Saskatchewan. He's a teacher that also focus on like mostly Saskatchewan, but that sort of stuff. If you're on Twitter, you want to go to the Breakdown AB. They focus on Albertan news. But I usually try to do a more broad like overview of like federal and provincial. A lot of my focus is on Ontario because that's where I live. But I try to get a wide range. I'm actually thinking of doing like live streams of the New Brunswick and Saskatchewan election results. I'm not going to do British Columbia live stream because they're hours behind. Whereas I can stay up late enough for Saskatchewan and New Brunswick. But yeah, it depends if you're looking for Canadian or if you're looking for just leftist stuff. Because if you're looking for just leftist stuff, then there's plenty of good channels out there. And pretty much once you find one, then it starts cascading and you find so many more because the good lefty programs tend to shout out each other. And I say that because one of my pet peeves about TYT. I don't mean to bring TYT up, but something that Jenk says that always rubs me wrong is that we're the only place to get the truth, the facts, the progressive views. We're the only place that you'll get this. It's like, no, you're not. Not by a long shot. But once you start discovering lefty content creators, you can find so many more and they tend to support each other. Like, I just recently came across Steve Boots. He somehow fell into my algorithm and it's like, wow, this guy has like really amazing content. We Jesus, do you think Jama should rejoin the NDP? Only if Merritt Stiles steps down. It's hard for Sarah Jama to rejoin while Merritt Stiles is still the leader of the NDP. Ideally, I'd love to see Sarah Jama leader of the NDP. But I think it would require Merritt Stiles stepping down as leader. So I don't think that's going to happen. And also, being in the NDP restricted what Sarah Jama could do. The thing is that being part of the party helps her get reelected because it's really hard, even somebody as popular as her, to be elected as an independent. And you just have more privileges and stuff when it comes to getting bills passed and things of that sort. So strategy-wise, it's better to be part of a party than an independent. But if you're messaging-wise, it's better to be an independent. So it's, yeah. But for me, it would be Merritt Stiles has to step down as NDP leader, Ontario NDP leader, in order for before Sarah Jama could rejoin them. But that's my opinion. Looks like we have some Steve Boots fans in the Sandbox. I need to find out if his middle name begins with an A, because then his name would be Steve a Boot. Huh? Get it? A boot? Boot? That's how you Americans think we pronounce about? Algo wouldn't serve me anything but MSM and JJ McCall. Yeah, he actually says a boot all the time, purposely. John Martinez, I watch Ring of Fire. Farron Cousins is the only American voice I trust. He tells facts and sugarcoats absolutely nothing. Sam Cedar used to be part of Ring of Fire as well. Mozart, Farron Cousins trusts Sam Cedar. So now we're getting into Sam Cedar Love Fest. Part of the reason why I love Sam Cedar so much is I watch random episodes from long, long ago. He's been consistent on the issues. He's been right on the issues for well over a decade. You know, he was supportive of same-sex marriage before it was even law, and speaking up for it. He was speaking up for Palestinians 10 plus years ago and being vocal about it. Like, the whole reason why he got into politics in begin with was to speak out about the invasion into Iraq. Like, just, he's been right on the issues for so long. Oh, and in case you don't know, because some of you are new to the Sandbox and stuff, Sam Cedar's been on my show. I have a video of him. It was for my 2nd year anniversary of Left of the Box. You can go check that out. My interview with Sam Cedar. I was a little nervous in it. I'd love to get him back on my show again, but yeah, I have an interview with Sam Cedar if you guys want to see it. He knows who I am, because I also gave him a couple drawings, and my drawings are amazing. I'm getting so distracted by the Sandbox. Also some love for Lance of the Serfs. John Martinez, I do not watch TYT. That's why I stopped watching TYT. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, I used to be a contributor to Rebel HQ. I have stories. I have stories. Though I miss getting that kind of reach in the audience and stuff. Because it's one of those things, like, do I look for clickbaity things? Do I look to get promoted on other channels to promote me? Like, yeah, of course. Like, why wouldn't I? Like, part of it is I need to find ways of promoting myself and getting me out there. Like, yeah, I want my channel to blow up in popularity and stuff, because a wider, bigger audience means I get my message out to more people and a chance of making an actual difference. Like, a lot of people are just like, they're suspicious of motives if you want to try to, like, get promoted by other channels or use other channels as clickbait and stuff like that. And it's like, well, yeah, why wouldn't I want my channel to expand? But you can tell I don't go the clickbaity route all the time, because I could talk about TYT a lot more and those videos get clicks. John Martinez, any channel who has to come out and say we're the truth teller kings makes me think they're liars personally. Yeah. Because like the thing is I will absolutely admit, like, I try my best. I relay to you what I know in the moment. And I try my best to check my facts and all that sort of stuff. I could be wrong. Some of my takes might be wrong because I don't have all the facts. But I try to be I am as honest as I possibly can be with what I do. But that doesn't mean there won't be times when I'm wrong. And sometimes I misspeak a lot because I'm dyslexic. And I get caught up in words and phrases and stuff. But, you know, and I will always encourage people to not just believe me, but check the facts yourself. You know, read the full articles. If I just glance over an article and you think I'm taking it out of context, read the full article. And then if you find out that I am taking it out of context, call me out on it because that was an accident. Because I didn't mean to do that then. And I would then want to correct myself. Because if I am wrong about something, I don't want to be wrong. But I won't deny when I am. Because then I want to correct myself. Let's see. John Martinez, Sandy, you advocate for the disabled, and I appreciate that. I do remember you on TYT. One of the best comments I ever got was along those lines on one of my videos that I remember that it's like, yeah, this is why I do this. And it was a comment on a video where I was talking about people who used wheelchairs for mobility, went to a concert, and their section was like a mile away from the stage across a gravel pit and all this sort of stuff. And just their frustration of having to deal with that and the lack of assistance they had and how far away they were from the concert. And there was somebody in the comments section that said, like, this is the only place outside of a niche, you know, YouTube channel that I've ever heard address people with disabilities and our issues. And this is the first time I felt heard. And I'm like, because, and that is something that I do try to bring to this because so many people get caught up. They don't know what you don't know. Like I have a qualm with Lance, actually, when it comes to Serb in particular, because he would always talk from the perspective of what he knew, but he didn't know all. And that is people with disabilities did not benefit from Serb at all. We were denied that. And some people ran into problems because of it. And it's hard to, you know, understand policies and how they affect all people unless you know what it's actually like living with disabilities. Because you just don't know what you don't know. And, you know, not only like, yes, my disabilities are mental health related, but I've known plenty of people with physical disabilities. I'm developing them. With back issues and things of that sort. And like a physical disability is something I think most people will live with at some point in their life, you know, depending on how old you get. And so the idea that it's almost never acknowledged how this will affect people, because I've even mentioned it when I've called into the Majority Report and seeing comments in their chat about somebody like, surprised that finally somebody is mentioning something about disabilities, because all too often even the best leftist programs tend not to mention that unless there's a specific story that focuses on it. But they don't mention things that I tend to mention, like when it comes to wildfires, when it comes to flash floods, when it comes to what happened in Florida with the hurricanes. How are people with disabilities supposed to cope with that? Like, where do they flee to? If they can flee. Like, if you're trying to flee a forest fire and you have to do that quickly and you have any sort of disability that will hamper your mobility, you're in trouble. And then if you use a wheelchair or canes and all this sort of stuff, and you're being evacuated from an area, are the places you're going to wheelchair accessible? Is that even a consideration? You know, are there systems in place for people who are deaf or blind to help them in the evacuation areas? Like, those are things that are just not talked about when it comes to these broader issues. And they're seen as niche issues when they're not. Because so many people will live with a disability at some point in their life. I think it's virtually impossible at this point to not live with a disability at some point in your life, because they say by the time somebody is, 30 or 40% of people have had a period with mental health issues, and that is greatly underreported. So as I say, you know, if you're sitting in a room of people, look to the person to your left and look in the mirror. 2 of the 3 of you have had mental health issues. Because it really is, again, like, the older you get, the more likely you are to have a disability. And it's those people who tend to suffer the worst when it comes to underfunding and stuff. And the story that will never escape my mind was during COVID, when it first broke out, and in the long-term care homes, they had to call in the armed services in Canada into Ontario, private long-term home care, to get things under control because things were so out of control. When they arrived, they found 26 people had died of dehydration. So those are people with disabilities unable to leave their beds, and they were neglected so severely they died of dehydration in their bed because they didn't have the ability to get out. And those stories are rarely ever covered in the news. So it's important to have that perspective. Let's see. Turn the fan off. Oh my gosh, have I been at this for 2 hours already? Yes, I have. And I still need to get to Pierre and then all the provincial shenanigans. Crotchety, Anna, Jank, and Ben Glebe are the only bad ones at TYT. Others on the network are typically good. Well, all they need for a bad network to succeed are for good people to stay quiet. I don't know what their contract entails, like, you know, John and JR and all of them, who generally have been more progressive. Like, I don't know what they're allowed to do based on their contract. I wish they were more vocal. I really, really do. It's disappointing that they're not. Because at some point you need people willing to put their own necks on their line for people who are already underwater. John Martinez, social anxiety disorder sucks, but hearing others speak about having it and their experiences helped me along. Makes me feel I'm not alone. Yeah. And people are, you know, people have always been, you know, oh, don't talk about like mental health issues and stuff. They're going to think you're crazy. I am. But I have also found, I think it's due to my autism. I just tend to be a little bit more, I overshare. But I have found when it comes to the mental health issues that has actually helped a lot of other people realize that they're not alone. And some close friends of mine get out of their shell because suddenly they realize it's like, oh, okay, it's not just me. There's other people. Let's see. Obsessive audio, yes, getting the facts as correct as possible is super important. And I try my best to do that. hermatologist. As a disabled Canadian, I appreciate Sandy's view as well. Thank you. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000. We are not going 5 hours. We are not going 5 hours. Okay. Sorry, I'm just opening up the news article and it's like giving me, oh, listen live. There's like sports going on. I don't care about sports. So a little while ago, I featured, I think my last live stream, I was talking about Pierre and how he was saying that Israel should be able to hit Iran to prevent Iran from launching nuclear weapons, more or less, to hit their nuclear facilities and oil facilities, and that they have absolutely every right to, again, basically launch a genocide against Iran before Iran can do anything to Israel. Hate speech to promote genocide, but apparently, kind of. And that was bad. And so he got called out on it, rightfully so, because, you know, saying that Israel should be able to hit nuclear sites in Iran is bad. So he doubled down on it. I'll let him say it so you guys can see it for yourselves. In fact, I'm not even going to show the title of this article first. You're just going to have to witness it when it happens. Don't look at the title.
Israel must be able to prevent Iran from using nuclear weapons. If necessary, that means proactively striking Iranian nuclear sites and oil installations to defund the terrorist regime.
Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons.
I think the idea of allowing a genocidal, theocratic, unstable dictatorship that is desperate to avoid being overthrown by its own people to develop nuclear weapons.
How did he not just describe Israel right there?
Is about the most dangerous and irresponsible thing that the world could ever allow. And if Israel were to stop that genocidal, theocratic, unstable government from acquiring nuclear weapons, it would be a gift by the Jewish state to humanity.
Polyev says Israel hit on Iran nuclear sites would be a gift to humanity. Oh. And somebody, Shemagli, Iran is genocidal? As far as I know, no, they're not. Israel definitely is, and the way he was describing it definitely sounds like Israel. But just this idea of a mass slaughter in Iran would be a gift to humanity? I'm sorry, that's evil. Like, that's evil talk right there. Fascist, horrible. That's just evil. Is like the best word I think I have for that. Like, the idea that to any sort of wiping out any sort of people would be a gift to humanity. That the genocides Israel is committing right now is a gift to humanity. Wow. That is so evil. Like, that's yeah. I don't think I need to read the article here. People can read it yourself if you want. But I think that says a lot of it of what he has to say, but there's more. There's going to be a little bit more. Yeah, because previously Polyev said Israel must be able to prevent Iran from using nuclear weapons if necessary. Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. So when I say lesser of evils, Justin Trudeau is, I wouldn't say he's specifically a Zionist, but he thinks anyone who is should be proud about that Zionism and that it shouldn't be a dirty word. Versus Pierre Polyev, who says Israel launching attacks on nuclear sites would be a gift to humanity. Justin Trudeau, Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel wiping out all these other nations would be a gift to humanity. Neither are good. But one is way, way, way worse. It's just way worse. And Pierre Polyev, is pandering so hard to Zionists. I was looking up a couple videos recently, and he's wearing the kippah. Is that the thing they wear? Kippah? I don't know any religious terms. On several occasions, and he is so blatantly pandering to Zionists, and I'm about to show you a video where he's just going so full out, and yet they mock Justin Trudeau for, wearing, what was it when he was in Pakistan, more traditionally Pakistani outfit. But here he is just really trying his best to be so pro-Zionist. He is cosplaying Zionism. And it's just, wow, he's really bad. And I watched this full speech, and like I said, I put it on 1.5 speed, and it was like Ben Shapiro suddenly. It was actually kind of uncanny how that was, because they kind of look alike, actually, and they're close to the same age. For those of you who don't know, Pierre Polyev is only 45. Ben Shapiro is now 40. I was looking that up because I have a hard time telling how old people are based on appearance. And meanwhile, Justin Trudeau is 52. And somehow none of them look the same age to me, but they all look exactly the same age to me at the same time. Like, I can't gauge people's age by appearance at all whatsoever. But to me, it just seems bizarre that Pierre Polyev is 45 and Ben Shapiro is 40, and how similar they kind of are. So there's two parts of this video that we will watch on YouTube, and it's disgusting. It's really disgusting.
March.
No, go back to the beginning.
I know of, who in the same language worship the same faith.
Oh, right back. Okay.
The Jewish people are the only people I know of who, in the same language, worship the same faith on the same land, in the same country, as they did 3,000 years ago. That is a true indigenous people.
So around the world, there's actually lots of cultures who've had the same language and the same beliefs and the same culture. Lots. And then there's other indigenous cultures that lost a lot of that due to colonialism. Not because they ceased to practice it, but because it was torn away from them. But there's definitely all over, Turtle Island, North America, South America, lots of tribes that have their original languages practiced still. And despite how much the Canadian government tried to erase Indigenous languages here, they still exist. But then you can also look at, other nations, China, Japan, they have cultures and language that go back more than 3,000 years. And things have been blow and change over time, of course. And a lot of those Jewish indigenous people in Israel are European. They're descendants of Europeans and can probably trace the roots back to Europe, not the Middle East. Uh-huh. So that was wrong on every single level. That was wrong. Because yeah, and just look at some of why maybe some of the indigenous cultures around the world don't exist anymore. It's because of what colonialism has done to them. But also, like, here he is wearing, is it a kippah? I don't know. This is also an Israeli dog tag. That's like Israel flag blue tie, with the Canadian flag and the Israeli flag and the nice backdrop there. He's talking to AIJAC. I know the acronym, sort of. I remember it. They're the Zionist Jewish group. And this was only one of the two talks I came across. But just so people are sure, I'm going to rewind. This was just the opening 20 seconds of this video.
The Jewish people are the only people I know of who, in the same language, worship the same faith on the same land, in the same country, as they did 3,000 years ago. That is a true indigenous people.
And he's the arbiter of who a true indigenous person is.
Which gives inspiration when you think about all the hardship that it took to stay true to what they had accepted and affirmed at Purim, to the law that Moses had brought down from the mountaintop as he led his people through the desert, out of bondage, and to the promised land, a land to which he would not arrive himself, but which he would bequeath to a generation of Jews who would carry on that tradition. Now, I made the mistake the next day of going to the local park and scribbling in my notepad a journal of everything I had experienced, not while I was wearing a kippah, and everyone was looking at me thinking,
okay, a kippah, I guess, maybe, but he might be pronouncing it wrong. I'm sorry, he is horrible at just talking to people. There's nothing engaging about this. He's not charismatic. He is just such a dweeb.
Gee, this guy must have missed the rule. You're not supposed to pick up a pencil on Shabbat. But I was a slow learner. Nevertheless, the people were very kind to me.
Was a slow learner? I think that still applies.
My time traveling around Israel was a beautiful adventure. I was welcomed by the Jewish people. There was hitchhiking then. Did you know that? They still have, I don't think they do that now. But I was hitchhiking around the
talking about it like it's this foreign concept. There's hitchhiking. What? What is this hitchhiking you speak of?
Holy Land, and young Jewish people would pick me up on the highway and drive me along to my next destination. And I was in many places where goys never go. I was in Beersheba, I was in En-Gedi, I stayed in a little kibbutz right next to the Dead Sea.
Okay, somebody else was mentioning this in the Sandbox, and yeah, it's kind of distracting. Aren't these supposed to be a little bit more flat to the head? Like, this just looks like one of those caps that they put on your head before they tell you to go sit in a corner. Like, it makes him look like a real knob. Just...
We went to Metula, where there's the only hockey rink, a Canadian-sponsored hockey rink. Incredible. We went to the Golan Heights. We stood up there, there's the beautiful wineries. We literally witnessed with our own eyes Hezbollah lobbing missiles into northern Israel.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at the fact that now he very much sounds and looks like Ben Shapiro when I did that. But, you know, probably not appropriate given what he just said.
And the courageous IDF forces flying back into South Lebanon to retaliate against the attack. This happened before our eyes. And I thought the next day we're going to have these newspapers filled. My family back home are going to be terrified reading about all this. Of course, none of it was even reported. It just happened, and it was such a regular happenstance that it wasn't even reported on. An unprovoked, yet another unprovoked rocket attack on the northern territory of a sovereign Israel. And as we traveled along, though...
Okay, so that's that part of it, but like I said, I actually watched this whole thing. I don't even remember most of it because it was a lot of gibberish and stuff, but then I got to about... where is it? Where what he starts talking about around here.
Work to protect you. And I want you to know, I want you to look at the echo of the unmatched history of the eternal Jewish people. I was able to witness that history and that resilience when then Prime Minister Harper assigned me to represent him on the March of the Living. For those who've not been, it is a walk from the first concentration camp, Auschwitz, to the most prolific death camp, Birkenau. Survivors, their loved ones, and supporters lock arms on this long and painful march. I remember being shaken by the images that I saw there, the prosthetic limbs that had been ripped off incoming prisoners and gathered up in a storage room, the sheared hair, the jewelry, the instruments of torture. I remember when I witnessed all of this, how horrible it must have been for the little children who were marched into those horrendous gas chambers.
So at this point, he's been speaking for almost 20 minutes, and there's been no tone change in his voice. It's very Ben Shapiro-esque, like monotone and stuff like that. But yeah, he gets into something here that is just kind of, again, I don't understand how this man can be the leader of a federal party.
And what struck me most, though, was when we were taken to a brick building. And the guide said to us, this is the building where they kept all the stolen plunder of the incoming prisoners, the jewelry. It was there to house all of the treasure. So they named it after a land of great treasure. They actually called it Canada. Because all of those prisoners and guards had seen those advertisements from the Canadian government those decades before, that there was a land of great treasure. So they named the building after that treasure. And the guards would, in a sick joke, taunt the prisoners who had to go and work in sorting in that building by saying, "You're going to Canada today."
Actually, that's quite an apt description. Canada, a land of stolen plunder and genocide. I don't think that's what he was going for. But, yeah. I don't think that's why the Nazis, like his speak of it, I don't think that's why the Nazis called it Canada. It could be more about the genocides this country committed and the stolen plunder they took. And just wow. This
after that treasure. And the guards had seen those advertisements from the Canadian government those decades before, that there was a land of great treasure. So they named the building
a land of stolen treasure.
After that treasure. And the guards would, in a sick joke, taunt the prisoners who had to go and work in sorting in that building by saying, "You're going to Canada today."
Kind of an apt description, but for all the wrong reasons that he's thinking. And that's, like, I didn't watch this one at full. But, like, he has another speech here, again, just totally pandering to the Zionist crowd. Live, ban Houthi terrorists, protect Canadians. Ban the terrorists. Like, it's just... And this one is like another half-hour long speech of him spewing this hateful rhetoric. Like, you know, promoting genocide is supposed to be hate speech in Canada. And yet that's exactly what he is doing. Like when he calls on Israel to, you know, give the world a gift. What is he asking? Just, yeah. Like, we have no good choices electorally speaking right now, but one is worse than the other. A horrible piece of shit that guy is. It's horrible, horrible piece of shit that guy is. But we are going to get into some provincial news now. After I read the Sandbox, and I also need to check a message. Preparing for the turkey dinner tomorrow. Okay, I don't need to respond to that right now. Yeah, so let's check the Sandbox. And then we'll get into the provincial news. A lot of people seem to be upset with what Pierre was saying. Like, just the idea that he would call the IOF heroic. Because bombing people to oblivion and slaughtering children. It's not heroic. It's demonic. John Martinez, I think he also ponders about Nazis too, as well as panders. Let's see, do I need to go back up? Okay, I see my name highlighted in orange with Looney Tunes asking me if we're going 5 hours, and that's where I can see where we are. John Martinez, my mother was mentally ill, but back in the 70s and 80s, mental illness care didn't exist for black and brown people, and families swept under the rug. Still a lot of work needs to be done on that. Let's see. Lady Badash, how did he not describe what he wants to make Canada into? Let's see. Oppressive audio, super dangerous rhetoric from PP. I thought we were better than that. Nope. Leader of a party. And like I said, we're about to get into some of the provincial politics and the people who pass vetting to get into conservative parties. All sensibility is gone. Looney Tunes 9000, Israel has the right to go fuck itself. Oppressive audio, right to defend itself under international law, which also means abiding by international law. One of the things that always pisses me off about when Justin Trudeau says Israel has a right to defend itself, he usually follows it up with, within the realms of international humanitarian law. And it's like, okay, they've broken that 1,000 times over. You gonna call them out about that? They're not following humanitarian law there. They're doing war crimes. They're doing the war crimes. So if your cousin kills mine, that justifies me annihilating him, you, your family, and anyone you ever knew. Yeah, that logic checks out perfectly if you don't think about it at all. Well, Pierre might think you're just doing the neighborhood a gift by doing that. Giving the neighborhood a gift. And just people commenting about him saying how, it's the Jewish people that are the real indigenous peoples. Mozart Judaism was very different 2,000 years ago, probably didn't exist 3,000 years ago. I wasn't around then, so I don't know. Yeah, I'd imagine it'd be different before Christ. I think there was a lot of crossover going on there. John Martinez, most Jewish people I know don't believe in an earthly homeland. These Zionists are not indigenous to Palestine. My tribe, the Yaqui, have our original language. Sorry, I probably said that wrong. Let's see. Obsessive audio. I don't want to make fun of religious article, but PP looks so dorky. He does. He does. I don't know what a tiz is. Tizzy? Tizzy? Let's see. Sorry, it's always really boring just you guys watching me read comments as I scan through them, trying to pick out ones from people I haven't read from recently. I tried to do a fair bit of stuff. Shemagli PP's understanding of Israel and Judaism is less advanced than his understanding of electricity. I get that, because he said that electricians were like harvesting electricity from lightning. He said that a few times, that they can just bring the lightning into the wires. There's actually a montage clip of him talking about that, and it's like, no, it's not like you farm lightning. It's not like you go to a range and you grow lightning strikes from, little electrons and make them into a big strike. It doesn't work that way. Yes, everyone is saying what I didn't really want to say. It looked like a dunce cap, but John Martinez, genocidal forces are not heroic, they are criminal. Grand Theft Autobot, now I'm picturing him wearing a Smurf cap. Mozart discussing that he would use their deaths to justify a genocide. John Martinez, what about the open-air prison that was Gaza? How come you failed to mention that? A lot of people tend to, like I said, I don't support what Hamas did, but I understand why they did it. And part of it was the open-air prison that they were in. The fact that, so many people couldn't leave, the unemployment rate, no electricity, they couldn't even go out in the ocean far enough to do any decent fishing. Like, it's a prison. People can't just freely go back and forth to visit family, to travel outside. And it's controlled and all this sort of stuff. Like, it was, near prison. And because I volunteer with, like, organizations and stuff, I knew about it earlier than a lot of people have been talking about it recently. Or just like the BDS movement and stuff. This has been decades in the making. And there's a difference between justifying and just understanding where something comes from. Obsessive audio, anyone here? Naomi Klein on Bad Hasperata, a lesson on how not to handle trauma. That sounds super interesting, actually. I will have to remember to see that. Naomi says such amazing things. And Bad Hasperata is entertaining. And we get some what the fucks. Doesn't Canada come from Indigenous word called Canada? Yeah. Ontario means sparkling water. Quebec is an Indigenous word. Like, it's, yeah. Canada plundered treasures, language, culture. John Martinez, Turtle Island, all these is greater than all these colonial occupation countries with their false borders. I'm a fan of a border-free world. But all these, like the borders, all borders were put up, you know, through domination, through violence, through, you know, wars and things of that sort. All the borders in the world were put up that way. I'm talking about what Canada comes from. There's a Canadian heritage moment about that, and if it's accurate, it's one guy was saying, like, I think they were talking about that village over there, and the settler was like, oh no, that's the name of this land, but it was probably just a welcome. John Martinez, Sandy, that's fine. No worries about how to say my people's name. It's all right. Another name for my nation is... I don't know how to say that either. I try. Obsessive audio, I'm 100% with ICC, ICJ. What Netanyahu and the IDF are doing is wrong, full stop. Soul Life is back in the sandbox. Okay. Shall we get into some provincial politics? So recently I've covered in Alberta how Danielle Smith wants to push through horrendous legislation targeting trans children. The thing is that when they get these little wins, it never stops. You know, they keep on pushing it and seeing what they can get away with. United Conservative Party members set to debate more transgender policies at AGM. Alberta's United Conservative Party members will soon debate 35 policy resolutions that include banning transgender people from women's washrooms, prohibiting non-binary gender identifiers on government documents, so I can't travel there anymore, and ensuring trans medical treatment are not publicly funded. I glanced at the article. I didn't read all of this yet. That's horrible. To deny people health care based on their gender, to not allow certain identifiers on government documents. That I was born in Alberta. I got my birth certificate in Alberta changed, so my gender is X on it. The party's annual general meeting begins November 1st in Red Deer, where Premier Daniel Smith leadership will also be up for review. Oh, please. Just maybe you need a leadership race there. It's being billed by the party as the largest political convention in Canadian history, with at least 5,428 UCP members registered to attend. I really hope some of those who registered to attend aren't actually UCP members and just went in there to stir up the pot. Party policies are non-binding on the government, and member approval doesn't guarantee ideas will become law. Dr. Christopher Wells, Canada Research Chair for the Public Understanding of Sexual and Gender Minority Youth at McEwan University, said Smith needs to condemn the resolutions as discriminatory, unconstitutional, and dangerous. When you don't denounce it, you enable it, says Well in an interview Friday. If passed, they would be some of the most extreme anti-trans and anti-2S LGBTQ policies, not only in Canada, but in the world. Smith said in a brief statement in her role as party leader at the UCP members have voted on policy resolutions that matter to them, including prohibiting any consumer carbon tax, protecting children, strengthening landowner rights, and protecting Alberta's jurisdictional authority. As leader, I respect the grassroots party's process and look forward to debate in November, she said. Wells was recently appointed to the Senate by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. He said the party resolutions, if they become policy, would be in direct violation of the Alberta Human Rights Act. Wells says there are already long wait lists and limited funding for transgender healthcare in Alberta, and changing the law governing birth certificates, driver's license, and healthcare cards would be unconstitutional. Yeah, no, you don't get to change my birth certificate back. These policies are designed to attack the very existence of trans people in Alberta, says Wells. This is the kind of hate and rhetoric that leads to young people taking their own lives. So much for protecting the children. In its policy resolution targeting washrooms, change rooms, shelters, and dormitories, the Calgary Lougheed Constituency Association argues that men being allowed in those spaces presents a danger to women and girls. Alternative arrangements can be created for the small population who do not conform to their sex at conception without abolishing the single-sex spaces preferred by the vast majority of the population. Trans women are women, trans girls are girls, and should have equal access to women's spaces. A policy resolution from the Beaumont constituency says transgender medical treatments are in the realm of cosmetic surgery and costs should not be placed on all taxpayers. It's not cosmetic. A resolution from another place, the third option for a sex on official documents should be mothballed to maintain clarity and reliability. Since taking the helm of the party, Smith has made some party policies government priorities and rejected others. A resolution passed in 2023 to keep transgender people out of correctional facilities for women has not been adopted by Smith's government. However, new rules requiring schools to get consent from parents before students can change their names or pronouns are expected to be introduced after lawmakers reconvene later this month. Don't need to go into any more of that because we get it. We get it. I'm not focusing too much on Alberta, but this caught my eye for reasons. It's personal to me, as well as it's harmful and it's setting a bad precedent for this country. Because when one province gets away with this, another province is encouraged to go further. And that's what's been happening recently. You see that with the policies in schools about outing trans children. One province did it, then others do a yes and. We'll do that and we'll add on to it. And it keeps on cascading like that. And it's... You don't see that happening in the other direction. You know, you don't see, wow, this progressive policy got pushed through in this province and their province says, yes, and we'll build on that. That would be nice, you know. To see that the other way around for a change. That would be really nice to be like, not only will we give universal health care, but we'll include pharmacare with that. Well, not only will we include pharmacare, we'll include hearing and eye care. Well, we'll include dental care. Well, we'll include all of this. Well, we'll include like that. It'd be nice to see provinces trying to outdo each other that way, as opposed to trying to outdo each other in stripping away people's rights. So, Saskatchewan is having an election. Oh, when is it? Their election is October 28th. So very shortly after New Brunswick on October 21st, which is very shortly after British Columbia's provincial election on October 19th. Steve Boots was replying to this. This might be the single most unambiguous platform I've ever seen. This is paper thin, truly a party that has no ideas beyond more of the same and Trudeau bad rhetoric. It is pretty bland.
The Saskatchewan Party's. Over the first 2 weeks of the campaign, we have released the Saskatchewan Party's plan for a strong economy and a bright future. It's a plan to make life more affordable for families, for students, for seniors, for homeowners, for people living with a disability, and for everyone. It's a plan to keep investing in healthcare and education and in community safety. And it's a plan to keep our economy strong and growing so that we can afford to make those important investments today and into the future.
The number one thing I want for all political campaigns that I think would be the biggest game changer is to simply not let politicians lie. No lies allowed. I glanced at their policies to help people with disabilities. No, it's not. A lot, like all he's saying is just bullshit. And the policies he's put in place shows that they're already bullshit. But the thing is that the ones that pass the vetting, Saskatchewan Party candidate during appearance with Party leader Mo makes second apology for a racial slur. He calls the comment a very dumb mistake. It was a really dumb mistake, something that was not okay. We're a country of inclusivity, and my comments talking about that were completely inappropriate, said David Buckingham told reporters Wednesday at an unrelated party announcement in Saskatoon. One word and it can change your life. David, guy, bud, whatever, your life wasn't changed by using the N-word. You weren't canceled. You're still just as privileged as you were back then. There's a video.
So first, I want to apologize again, the same as I did the first day that it happened. It was a really dumb mistake, something that's not okay. You know, we're a country of...
I'll just say, this video was super distracting for me because of the facial expressions of Scott Moe and how he framed the guy behind him to make it look like there was an extra eyeball coming out of his cheek. I was super distracted by that.
of inclusivity, and my comments talking about that were completely inappropriate. And just as a recap, I was...
And let's make sure that we have the 3 brown and black people standing behind him as well that are in the Saskatchewan Party.
Talking about someone else's story, recalling what they had said, and I used a racial slur to do that. Someone overhearing me had a concern with that, rightfully so. I went and I apologized immediately to that person. Immediately, I also addressed the caucus staff because they deserve to know. And as at the first opportunity, I addressed my caucus colleagues. very dumb mistake. One word, and it can change your life. And I'm very
Life wasn't changed.
sort of to the people involved. I offer my apology again. I wish I could bring it back. Unfortunately, I can't.
What do you say to constituents people who might be considered voting for you before this and now have second thoughts? What would you say to them when their vote back?
Well, I mean, I've worked very hard for them for the last 8.5 years. I would hope, that they would give me a fair chance to represent them as well. I respect them deeply. It's been a very honorable thing for me to represent them for the last 8.5 years. And so, on the doorstep, I want to hear what they have to say, and I want to take that back down to Regina so that we can make life better for everybody in Saskatchewan. That's my goal. That's why I'm here. I have grandchildren. I want this province to be thriving. And I want all of us to work together to do that. So that's what I would say.
Well, there's a nice little video in here from Steve Boots, who we're now fans of apparently on this channel, because I refer to him a lot, especially when it comes to Saskatchewan. Goes into a little bit more detail of this comment.
Scott Moe's Saskatchewan Party have a number of ongoing allegations of racism against them, and it's only getting worse. So first off, David Buckingham, the caucus chair, has now apologized a second time for using the N-word within the caucus office, in earshot of a black staff member. Just casually throwing around the N-word in the office. Now, he insists it was a one-off thing, but I don't know about you, I've never accidentally dropped a slur in my workplace. Probably because they're not a part of my common vocabulary. Why are they a part of his? But don't worry, the Sask Party insists they're not racist. Except because shortly after that, former House Speaker and member of the Sask Party, Randy Weeks, posted this. A bunch of allegations of racism towards the Sask Party. I mean, that Minister Jeremy Harrison said that they only want a, quote, certain type of immigrant, with Weeks suggesting that he wanted to exclude people from Africa, the Philippines, and Latin countries. He also accused Kindersley MLA Ken Francis of racist comments towards a visible minority. Also accused Greg Ottenbright of some absolutely awful stuff. I mean, that he went on a rant in front of a woman wearing a hijab against wearing hijabs. He also claimed that during an event where a Muslim imam was offering a prayer, Greg Ottenbright refused to listen and was reading his Bible at the time, and the justification he gave was that, quote, because Muslims want to kill us. Just straight up racism. This isn't a one-off. This is acceptable behavior within the party. Buckingham admits to dropping the N-bomb in a caucus office, and he isn't facing any consequence other than saying, whoopsies, I'm sorry. Still running for...
Yeah, because he kept on saying one word and will change your life. Exactly how has that happened? Like Steve's saying, like what consequences has this guy actually faced for using the racial slurs?
Re-election, still a member of the party. Scott Moe literally standing behind him. Does anybody believe this? Is anyone falling for this? Because they're claiming they don't believe any of the stuff they keep saying and doing. It's just an endless stream of whoopsies, where they accidentally say and do horrible racist things. At a certain point, when are we going to stop giving them the benefit of the doubt? Where's the limit, folks?
I'm going to take a quick look over in the Sandbox. Something caught my eye. So John Bell, I don't know if you're in the Sandbox in good faith or not. It's hard to tell these days. You say Smith can keep doing what she's doing. It's the will of the Albertan people. It's not the will of all the Albertan people. The way that electoral politics works in this country, it rarely ever is the will of all the people. And you know what? The will of the people doesn't trump people's human rights. It doesn't trump how we're protected under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So you can have a province full of racist ass people. That doesn't make it okay, and that doesn't trump people's rights to receive equal treatment. And then you say we can't have male psychopaths taking advantage of trans rights to creep in girls' bathrooms, though, can we? Name one instance that you, like an actual one, that this has happened. The thing is it doesn't happen. Men who want to take advantage of girls and women, they don't need to go into a washroom. They usually just need to go into a family's room. It's usually family members who do that sort of thing to each other. People you know, friends, neighbors. But where is this a problem? Do you know, like, a place that this has actually been a problem, where some man just pretends to be trans to get access to a woman's washroom because apparently that's the only place he knows how to creep on people? That he can't creep on people in other places, but he has to pretend to be trans in order to get into a woman's washroom, because it's not like he can't be a straight cishet male and go into a washroom to creep on people. Do you think not identifying as trans would prevent him from doing that? And then you say most trans children will grow out of their gender confusion by the time they hit 18. Is it unethical to give them life-changing drugs for something that is normal? Most trans children do not grow out of it. It is not a phase. The overwhelming percentage of children who are trans are trans. And in actuality, there are far more trans children who never get the opportunity to transition. That's where the actual problem is. The amount of hoops people have to jump through, the certifications, the doctors, the psychiatrists that they need to get in order to get to that level where they can actually start getting gender-affirming care is very, very difficult. So there are far, far, far more children who need to access it that can't. And no, it's not confusion. Children know which gender they are. It's not a phase. They are trans. And cite the source. You know, where's the source saying that they grow out of it? And don't give me that bullshit. I forget his name. That Anna Kasparian likes to quote, because he's transphobic and use little teeny tiny cherry picked analysis and stuff. But the vast majority of children who transition are trans. The regret rate for transition is minuscule compared to every other surgery. And in fact, trans children tend to be healthy mentally, like healthier mentally compared to their cisgendered friends when they are accepted by their peers and their family, because that's who they are. And John Bell also says, even if it's 50%, you're okay with harming other children permanently for the sake of some feelings or of confusion. I'm not saying these kids don't need help. So if you prevent a trans child from transitioning and going through their proper puberty, you are permanently hurting them. Okay, like I said, the regret rate for trans children is minuscule compared to every other thing out there. But if you force a child to go through a puberty that isn't theirs, that's permanently harming them as well. And it's not even 50%. You also say, I mean, people have gone through life like that all for years. We've been around as a species. It's not exactly the greatest tragedy known to us. A lot of people have had to deny who they are, live in a closet, suffer mental trauma because of it, because they weren't free to come out and be who they are. It's an individualized tragedy. It's tragic for a single person to have their life so altered if they can't actually just be able to be free to express who they are, to be the gender that they know themselves to be. It's not on the scale of a war or a famine or anything, but it's socially imposed. It is something that is forced on people, and that is a tragedy. And it doesn't matter how big or small a tragedy is, it's a tragedy. And we would like to minimize as many tragedies as possible. We don't give priority, it's not a competition. If we can minimize tragedy, we do that. But the chances of that person being in the sandbox in good faith, it's also very slim. But it is important for people to actually know the flip side of the talking points. Like the thought that a child will get hormone replacement therapy as a teenager to go through their proper puberty. Oh, well, that permanently alters them. Well, so does going through a puberty that isn't theirs without the hormone therapy. And that can be traumatic to them, and that causes permanent changes in them. So why is that one okay, but not the hormone replacement therapy one? The one that they choose. Why is it okay to force them to go through one and not the other? And not having equal access to healthcare, not having equal treatment in the school system, not having equal treatment to social services, all that sort of stuff goes against the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in this country. And the idea in this country that we elect people in, it's like, no. Doug Ford got in to be premier of this province again through 18% of possible votes. And it's the games they play to suppress people, to make them apathetic, to make them not energized to get out. Doug Ford does not represent what Ontario is. And the same goes with Danielle Smith and every other leader. Obsessive audio, David Fuckingham, Scott Moe. What the fuck is wrong with people? And John Martinez also saying, like I said, you can't force people to be the gender they aren't. That's oppression. It's abusive as well. Okay, and Looney Tunes has kicked them out, and I think at that point it's appropriate because I seriously doubt they were here in good faith. And so left pointing out it's not a permanent change. If it was permanent, they wouldn't need to continuously take the medication. Come on. Yeah, if it's so permanent, how can there be detransitioners? It does make some permanent changes to the body in physicality and things of that sort, but it's not as extreme as it depends on which puberty you go through. That has the primary effect on what will happen to the body and the permanent changes that set in. But hormones, yeah, they'll be required. And all trans women that I know, their biggest regret was not being able to transition sooner. Lady Badass, trans woman here, would have loved if I could have puberty blockers and learned about trans people at a young age, because I only found the world realize trans after learning about trans people. Yeah, like I said, all the trans women I know, because I don't know any who transitioned before puberty, during puberty. They were all adults at the time, but all of them wish they could have, and all of them knew who they were as a child. Oops. Obsessive audio, all the lying is getting people killed, and they're lying at every opportunity. And not allowing children to transition is also putting their lives at risk. In my last live stream I covered, there's been studies that actually prove that because of how extreme the laws are in the states. There's they've actually been able to do an analysis that they would never purposely put anyone through, where the states where they refuse to allow children to transition versus the ones that accept it. And suicide attempts and suicides in the red states, the ones that have taken away the rights, are much, much higher because of it. Let's see. I'm sure a lot of you guys would remember the name of the person that I was thinking of that had like a Substack article that was really horrible that Anna loves to reference. But I'm very bad at remembering names. Bad Lefty. Oh, Jesse Singal, yeah. Bad Lefty, I admire your patience, Sandy, and all your LGBTQ plus family shouldn't have to explain their existence to people that, in my opinion, are not coming in good faith, but I tend to assume the worst of people. And Looney Tunes also 9000 also says Jesse Signal, and that's who I was thinking. Anyway, shall we get back to provincial politics? And so when it's coming up to the Saskatchewan election, I'm leaning heavily on Steve Boots. Just like when it gets closer to an Alberta election, I'll be leaning heavily on the breakdown. And right now in British Columbia, it's the serfs. I don't know any lefty content creators out of New Brunswick, but I do have a connection, somebody who's been on my show a couple times, who is from New Brunswick. So I'm hoping to get him on my show to talk about the New Brunswick election. Let's see. So Regina leader posts, Mo promises to expand what is working in healthcare if re-elected, and Steve Boots just poking fun at that. The facial expressions on Maureen Tor and David Buckingham say it all, but I'd love to hear Tor's explain why she's willing to be a prop for a party who clearly accepts casual racism. That is quite the expression there. Looking at him like, what'd you call me? What'd you say? What'd you say? What'd you say? David faced no actual consequences for saying the N-word. He just didn't. It's just, and this is from Scott Moe's Twitter account. A re-elected Saskatchewan government will make Saskatchewan's neighborhood and community safer by hiring more police officers, because that always makes things safer. Sarcasm. Strengthening laws and increasing access to addiction treatment. And as Steve Boots points out, quick question, Scott, if someone wanted to voluntarily enter an inpatient treatment program, how long would they have to wait? For some people, it's pretty much impossible to get voluntary treatment. And to me, all this is an indication from Scott Moe that he's going to go the same route as Ontario, as British Columbia, as other provinces where they shut down supervised consumption sites and are now leaning towards forced treatment of people. So voluntary treatment that people want are inaccessible, but they will force people into treatment. And that is what he's saying right here. Increasing access to addiction treatments means we're going to force it on certain people. And then this is from the Saskatchewan NDP leader. And I just kind of caught the headline here. Don't need to go too much into it, but it's just... Justin Trudeau did this recently too, when talking about like the NDP and breaking their agreement they had for the NDP to prop them out. And Justin Trudeau saying, now is not the time to play politics. And apparently Carla Beck has said the same thing. Where is the quote? Amid what could be Saskatchewan's tightest election in 17 years, the leader of the NDP is asking voters to set party politics aside and support what's the best course of the province. You might want to actually focus on politics. I get what she's saying, and it's not as bad as Justin Trudeau, because at least she says, you know, support what's best course for the province. Because I will always say go for policies, not necessarily what party and stuff, but just the idea too that here's another, you know, leader of a party or something is like, put politics aside. Like Justin Trudeau specifically said politics, not party politics. So this is a step up, but it's like, you know what I would actually like to see the NDP do in any province is lean into those party politics, actually. Lean into what the NDP was supposed to be originally, instead of like leaning into the right-wing things that they tend to do every now and then, which is really bizarre. Let's see. So I guess this is what she said. Your vote has the power to fix healthcare and make life more affordable. Your vote has the power to change the government, Beck said on Twitter Thursday afternoon, adding her party is building momentum with record number of donation volunteers and signed. I don't want the NDP to confuse building momentum with people just being absolutely horrified with the Conservatives. Like, it's not necessarily they're gaining because of what they're doing. They're gaining because of just how bad the Conservatives have gotten. And I don't want the NDP to let it go to their head, to give them some sort of like ego boost or something of that sort, and let them think that they're doing a good job when they're just maybe doing a haphazard good job. This election is not about Team Orange or Team Green. This election is about Team Saskatchewan, Beck said in front of legislator. No, just in this case, lean into it. Just lean into it. Let's see. And then we're going to get into some BC politics. But let's go back here and just check the Sandbox again. That's the end of Saskatchewan. And we'll get into some BC stuff. A lot of stuff. I'm not going to like read over all the articles in full and stuff. We'll get the point. Let's see. Let's see. Don't know what that's about. These obsessive audio, these so-called conservative leaders gave us COVID disinfo, J6, the convo op, hurricane disinfo, and everything else in fire hose of lies, taking foreign money. They don't believe in anything. Have to agree with you. So life-forcing drug treatment on addicts is a waste of money unless counseling and housing are part of it, which only helps the odds they won't OD after treatment, if I heard correctly. Yeah, so they're not outright saying they're going to force treatment yet, but that's, to me, that statement kind of indicates that's where they're going. And forced treatment just does not work. It doesn't work for mental health issues. It doesn't work for addictions. Let's see. So let's just get back into it. Try to quickly go through it. Some of this will just be repeating itself. So I won't go into too much detail with these articles, but they're available for people to read. And so you can call me out if I'm reading them out of context. So from Rachel Gilmore, a wonderful person to follow for Canadian news. National Muslim and Sikh organizations are calling on BC Conservative leader John Rustad to address his spokesperson's past comments. Anthony Koch has said a lot of stuff, including calling this person some very bad words. Very bad words. Now he's paid to speak for an entire party. So this isn't a candidate, from what I gather, but he's the spokesperson for the party.
You guys know how in shows like Veep or House of Cards or whatever else, you see the most unhinged stuff happening, and you're like, there's no way political staff could actually get away with that and stay employed. To that I say, do I have a story for you? Because did you know that you can call a woman a vile something that rhymes with runt and then be hired as the spokesperson for the BC Conservative Party? You know,
That might be a feature, not a bug, for the BC Conservative Party right now.
a party that could win the upcoming BC election. Oh yeah, and that's not all this guy said. The National Muslim and Sikh organizations have come out and demanded answers from BC Conservative leader John Rustad about his spokesperson, Anthony Koch. Because Koch here has been very busy. For example, he thought it would be a good idea to tweet things like this, and this.
So let's go through these pretty fast. So let's so here Anthony Koch says, "Suck my circumcised dick," and then he says, "Guess you should go back to Somalia, Sarah," referring to Sarah Jama. "Stop occupying Canada, thanks." Then this spokesperson for the BC Conservative Party said, "Time for many of us to..." I'm not sure there's something covering the language, the words there. Up to this simple fact. Our enemies are inside the house. We welcome them here with open arms, demand nothing of them in return, and turn a blind eye to what has been obvious for years. I think, yeah, I don't know what it says right under that. Also, he said citizenship has two components to it. One is legal, one is spiritual. As I've said for a very long time and as has been demonstrated for all to see the last few days, many Canadian citizens, quotations, by naturalization and by birth, are citizens strictly in legal sense, I think is what that says. This one I'll be able to read the full thing. I can excuse the massacre of your people, but draw a line at you calling me a vile C-word. A certified vile C-word who I will call a vile C-word any time, any place, to her face or anyone else. He really seems to love that word. I'm not a racist. I'm a man with 2 functioning eyes and 2 functioning ears. The days of using accusations of Islamophobia to silence and obfuscate the obvious are over. And this is the spokesperson for the BC party. Wow, there's even more of these. Okay, anecdotally, the most virulently anti-Semitic and anti-Israel people in Canada are always Pakistani Muslims. Any idea why? That's, I'm imagining, saying the case. Huh. He's a pretty vile
And
human.
oh boy, that's not all. We don't really have time for me to show it all, honestly. But what's really wild here is that following a call to address all of this, the chief of staff for the BC Conservatives is doubling down and defending Coke, saying that Coke was just extremely upset and made some over-the-top comments as he was grieving following the atrocity of October 7th.
I was upset, so I became extremely Islamophobic and anti-Palestinian and sexist. You know, I was just upset, and all of this vile stuff just started shooting out of my mouth. You know, it was kind of like having the runs, but, you know, coming out this way instead of that way. I couldn't help it. It was just verbal diarrhea.
This same chief of staff, by the way, earlier on the same day, had to defend a different guy from the BC Conservatives for saying this, which he called silly comments. You know, it's one thing to say incredibly offensive stuff when you're deeply emotionally distressed, but people who have been emotionally distressed amid further atrocities committed against Palestinians have said far less and lost their jobs. I spoke to Sarbjeet Kaur, the person he called this repeatedly, and I think she said it best. Quote, he either meant those words or he cannot control his words. Either way, he has no business being a spokesperson for a major political party. Hiring someone like that for a high profile and public role is a choice. So yeah, people who act like this don't only fail upwards on TV, because this guy is still the spokesperson for the BC Conservatives. At least it kind of explains their handling of the bug stuff. Anyways, what do you think of all this?
It says a lot about a party with who they decide to, you know, take on as their spokesperson, because they're supposed to be the ones that, you know, represent the ideas behind the party and communicate it to the rest of the people. So I think this guy is actually ideal for what the BC Conservatives are. It's just horrible. That whole party is horrible. And welcome John Ross to the Sandbox. A little bit of confusion. I can understand there's lots of Johns. You just came at a really lousy time because John, what was his name? A John Bell, also with an orange avatar, was just in the chat causing problems. So, yeah. But we know John Ross and we like John Ross. All Johns look alike in the Sandbox. Well, J-O-H-N's Johns, and then there's J-O John. That's how you can tell them apart. Just like you can tell me apart with the way that you spell my name when Environmental Coffee House is in the chat. When people spell our names correctly, then you know who they're talking about. More BC stuff. So that was Anthony Koch, which I just think is funny because of the Koch brothers and stuff of that sort. Well, this is a this is just talking about, nope, this is more about Anthony Koch. Okay. I have a bunch of tabs here and there's multiple people that we're going to go through. So this is a little bit more about BC Conservative under fire over spokesperson known for insult, slur, and online abuse. A coalition of organizers representing religious and racialized groups across Canada have issued a joint letter calling on John Rustad's BC Conservatives to hold their party spokesperson accountable for harmful behavior. According to the group's letter, BC Conservative spokesperson Anthony Koch has repeatedly made misogynistic, divisive, and inflammatory remarks targeting Muslims, Sikhs, and women of color. So Rachel Gilmore did a pretty good job just kind of wrapping all this up, but if you want to see firsthand some of these vile comments that he made, they're all in this Press Progress article. Let's just see. Apparently, Koch has a history of directing abusive and misogynistic statements at women. Koch told Sarah Jama, a black woman and MPP in Ontario, to go back to Somalia and stop occupying Canada. In another incident, Koch personally attacked, I don't know how to say her name, a political commentator and co-founder of Kapow Communications with vile misogynistic slurs. Kaur, I think that's her last name there, points out that Koch was brought on as a spokesperson by the BC Conservatives after many of these exchanges has already taken place on social media. So again, what I keep on pointing out is this isn't like this is just coming out of the blue from these people. If you did any level of vetting, you would have found this stuff, because this is who these people have been for years and years and decades. It's not like this is a shock. It's shocking that only a short time after these very public online interactions with myself and others, Anthony Koch was hired to serve as an official spokesman, senior member of the BC Conservative Party, Kaur told Press Progress. As I say, it's not shocking that these people exist and were accepted into the party. It's not shocking that these comments came out of these people, because it should be expected. Because again, any level of vetting, you would have seen this. She also says it's a slap in the face to women and all other communities that were subject to this abuse and toxic views, that John Rustad chose this person to be his public spokesperson and key member of his campaign team raises many questions about his own judgment and values. Kaur isn't the only woman Koch has gone after online. Journalist Rachel Gilmore is a frequent target that Koch mentions in his tweets unprovoked. Koch has previously publicly targeted journalists who have reached out to BC Conservatives requesting comments. Not surprised he would target Rachel Gilmore. She becomes people love targeting her, unfortunately. So feel free to go and check out the rest of the article. But there's other horrible people in the BC party to go over. So BC Muslim Association calls on Conservative candidates' removal over racist remarks. This is not the same person as BC Conservatives under fire over spokesperson slurs. This is a different person. This is an actual candidate. There are growing calls for BC Conservative Party to remove candidate over racist remarks made about Muslims and Palestinians on social media years ago. The BC Muslim Association issued an open letter urging the party to cut ties with Chapman, and that is this guy here who I already focused on. Brent Chapman, he was the one that wanted to boycott refugees escaping from their situations in Syria. That's the guy. Not shocking, he's made racist remarks. Was it the video I wanted to watch? Or just go over the article? Let's see what the video says and see if I need to say any more.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. The BC Conservatives are in damage control tonight. A Surrey candidate is being slammed for offensive comments he made about Muslims. He's apologized, but it's an embarrassing turn for the Conservatives with 9 days until the election. CTV's Sinjin Alexander has our top story.
Admitting in his words that his comments were completely unacceptable, Brent Chapman is offering his sincerest apology. Even so, his post about Muslims and Palestinians overshadowed his party's latest campaign stop, with the leader in damage control again.
There's no question that the statement that he made, those comments from 10 years ago, I found offensive, and I know
10 years ago. And John Rustad is saying he found them offensive. This guy was vetted in between those times. So again, these comments were known. And still the BC Conservatives brought him aboard.
I know many other people do. People sometimes make mistakes. However, I think what is important is actions.
Responding to a post on Facebook, Chapman referred to Palestinians as inbred, walking, talking, breathing time bombs.
That if you have a candidate who engages in criminal hate speech, that candidate gets fired. You make an example of that candidate.
Kareem Alam has worked on many conservative campaigns and identifies as Muslim.
I just gotta say about this guy here. Oh my god, look at the art in the background. This is so totally awesome. I don't know who this guy is, but I love him. I'm looking at the art behind him. I'm like, this guy is amazing, whoever he is.
And identifies as Muslim.
The fact that the leader of their party is standing behind their candidates and accepting their apologies, it's disgusting. It's disappointing, and this is not the BC that I grew up in and was born in.
Chapman remains the candidate for Surrey South, and then, with just over a week to go, this often nasty campaign got even uglier.
We have seen a premier who has lied almost every single day of this campaign. Matter of fact, I would even call him a pathological liar.
Says the person that is promoting conspiracy theories, like about trying to force kids to eat bugs. Like, what right does he have to call anyone else a liar?
You see billboards with lies on it. You see information that's going out to households with lies on it.
John Rustad thinks everybody lies. He thinks climate scientists lie. He thinks Bonnie Henry was lying about vaccines and using them to secretly control the British Columbia population.
Eby eagerly fired back, saying his opponent does not like the very people who ensure BC's success.
These are the people who he thinks are liars. I find myself in great company.
Both leaders are well aware the polls are tight. The war of words in this bitter contest is likely far from over. St. John Alexander, CTV News, Vancouver.
So we already went over that article, and then we have BC Conservative candidate campaign shared graphic comparing public health policy to Nazi Holocaust. Same guy. BC Conservative already facing calls to remove candidate Brent Chapman after posting... Oh no, is this a different one? I think this is a different guy. Like I said, there was a few. A BC Conservative candidate who's facing calls to be removed from the ballot also shared graphic comparing public health policies to the Nazi Holocaust. Same guy. So Brent Chapman is just a horrible person. Horrible. And yet is somehow still a candidate. And I couldn't become a candidate for the NDP because I'm too sarcastic. And I just find that very, very frustrating. Brent Chapman, the BC Conservative candidate for Surrey South, shared a graphic on one of his campaign's official social media accounts a little over a month ago, not even that long ago, that equates public health harm reduction strategies with the murders of 6 million Jews by the Nazis during the Second World War. Chapman is currently facing calls to resign or be removed as candidates after posts surfaced earlier this week showing BC Conservative candidate falsely claiming Muslims and Palestinians are the product of inbreeding, which we went over. Let's see. So just responding to John Rustad saying, yeah, it was offensive, but we're still keeping him. However, the Holocaust meme shared on Chapman's campaign official social media account was not posted 10 years ago. It was posted a little over a month ago. Let's see. And this is the post here. And so it looks like he retweeted, if harm reduction worked, 15,000 British Columbians wouldn't have died from overdoses since the start of 2016. The fact our government wants kids to have access to extremely addictive drugs without parental consent or notification is pure evil. Nazi scum gave children candy before the kids entered the gas chamber. NDP and Liberal scum hand out safe supply and encourage youth to visit injection sites. That's horrible. So let's see. I don't think we need to go over more of that. That post says it all. This guy is horrible. Not done with him yet. And this is from The Serfs. The same dude called Palestinian children inbred. The level of racism tolerated by a major political party should be sounding alarm bells as to how extreme the right have become. Recently, and this is from Jazz Joel, recently Brent Chapman went on, so this is the same guy. Keep in mind, same guy that we just went over and said all those horrific things. Recently went on a fringe podcast where a host describes what happens at residential schools as a massive fraud. And Chapman agrees with her and jokes kids dying this way would be akin to Jamestown massacre of Charles Manson. Am I surprised he'd be a genocide denier as well? He's just like all of the horrible in one person and still became a candidate. All of this was known before he became a candidate, and he was still accepted.
It is. You're absolutely right, and
And then did a lot of these things even happen? You know, now all the residential school situation
September 17th, 2024.
has surfaced, and it looks like some massive fraud, and that's been exposed now. I don't know if most Canadians realize this, but all of the residential school business is not quite what it's been portrayed at with the, you know, the mass graves, etc. But people feel ashamed. And why are we being made to feel so ashamed as Canadians? You know,
I feel like I'm starting to feel like the people did at Jonestown. I'm just like, it must have been like either that or, you know, with Charles Manson. But I mean, it is, you're absolutely right. And you're not, like, again, you're not allowed to say, I don't think we're all, you know, I don't think we're all in that same boat.
And then did a lot of the.
Yeah, you're not allowed to deny genocide in this country. This is a horrible, horrible person. And so this is White Rock Muslim Association calls on Surrey South candidate to withdraw, and this is just a statement from them. The chair of the White Rock Muslim Association is demanding Brent Chapman, BC Conservative candidate, to withdraw from Surrey race. In a statement issued Thursday afternoon, Assad Syed unequivocally condemned the multiple racist statements and Islamophobic attitude expressed by Brent Chapman. Our community does not feel safe being represented by someone who would publicly make such hateful statements about Muslim on more than one occasion, he commented. We demand his resignation and withdraw from candidacy. He was responding to a series of Facebook posts Chapman made.
Muslim Association has called for BC Conservative candidate Brent Chapman to withdraw from the Surrey South race over past Islamophobic social media posts. Chair Assad Syed condemned Chapman's comments, stating they made the Muslim community feel unsafe and demanded his resignation. Chapman apologized, saying the posts from 2015 don't reflect his current views. But Syed argued the apology rings
I think they reflect his current views quite adequately, actually.
hollow. Premier David Eby labeled the posts as hate speech, but Conservative leader John Rustad has not asked Chapman to step down. Learn more at todayinbc.com.
Again, just so frustrating because, like, Sarah Jama was kicked out of the Ontario NDP for basically saying Palestinians were people, they shouldn't be slaughtered just days after October 7th last year. And she was kicked out of the Ontario NDP. And what Sarah Jama said was actually what the NDP later actually also mirrored in statements and stuff. So it's not like what Sarah Jama even said was wrong. It's just, no, you said it before we allowed you to say it type thing. But yeah, Brent Chapman is just a horrible, horrible person. Like, normally somebody this bad would have been like in a tizzy video or something on Twitter where people are like, find who this horrible person is. But he's running as a candidate. It's just, wow. But you know, it's, yeah, so this is still Brent Chapman. Oh, no, wait a sec. This was a different person. So the video, I think, was of Brent Chapman, but it's not just the men, it's also some of the women. With just over a week to go until Election Day, another BC Conservative candidate is coming under fire, this time for comments about First Nations communities. And there are calls for an apology, so there hasn't even been an apology yet. Dallas Brody, who is the Conservative candidate for Vancouver, that area, was speaking in an all-candidates debate Thursday evening in trying to clarify previous comments from a podcast some time ago, in quotations. She said, when people say they want to be First Nations and want autonomy and equal footing, those rights also come with responsibility. When a large percentage of your people are on the downtown east side, it's important that you come and take responsibility for that piece as well. It's not okay to leave your people, she said. Wade Grant, a member of the that Indian band, who attended the meeting, posted a video of Brody's comments to social media and said there was audible gasps in reaction to what she said. You can tell there were people in the audience who were uncomfortable with the answer, he said, adding, my reaction was one of disbelief for somebody who wants to be a leader in this province. Grand Chief Stuart Phillips said, I find the comments to be absolutely disgusting, ignorant, and profoundly stupid. He said people from all walks of life and ethnicities have ended up on the downtown east side. There are people down there that suffer from the trauma of residential schools and terrible situations, he said. Our collective effort is to change the situation in downtown east side. All levels of government bear responsibility, he explained. I'm almost done the article, so... When asked about Brody's remarks, Conservative leader John Westad said he hadn't heard them, but that we have worked with elders and communities, leaders in First Nations communities across this province. I had a number of conversations about it and making sure we have treatment and recovery available within First Nations. So no apology from this woman, and John Rustad is being like, well, I haven't heard it. I can't say anything if I haven't heard it. NDP leader David Eby was also asked about what Brody said. There are these comments candidates are saying, but it reflects a value system. It reflects a core of set beliefs we're seeing from John Rustad and his candidates, said Eby. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's not just a rotten apple in the barrel. It just seems to be the whole barrel is toxic in this case. Like, I'd like to see if there are any good people that are running for BC Conservative at this point. Phillips said Rustad should demand the candidate apologize. Brody did not respond by deadline to a CTV News request for an interview. And one more from About BC, and this is from Guy Felicia. Why aren't more people concerned that BC Conservatives candidates are no-show at all candidate meetings and still haven't provided a costed plan? The other two parties have provided their plans, and we have 7 years of BC NDP government to get an idea of what they're about. All we have from BC Conservatives are a lot of expensive promises, conflating statements and press releases, and many conspiracy theories. And they won't take questions. What are they hiding? And he was quote tweeting Adrian Dix here saying, this is the first time in 2 decades that a candidate running for public office at the provincial level in my riding declined to participate in the all candidates meeting. I'd have liked to debate the BC Conservative Party candidate if he had shown up. And this goes to something I was mentioning before, because in New Brunswick, there was also a story about a candidate not showing up, and it's quite common for Conservative candidates to not show up to all candidate meetings or to debates. They just don't show, and people, their supporters don't question it. They don't say, do you know what, we would like you to see you up on stage and defend our ideas. You know, they don't do that, and yet people still vote for them, even though They never see their candidates challenged on their takes, on their beliefs, on their policies that they plan to put through. They don't have a costed plan. Doug Ford didn't release his plans and stuff before he became leader. Like, it is just ridiculous how little conservatives give, and then what they do give tend to be racist and conspiracy theory heavy content. And people still vote for them thinking that they're going to improve the situation when they have nothing to indicate the conservatives have their best interests in mind. Nothing. Like, it astonishes me how somebody can support a party like that. I can't even support an individual that unconditionally, never mind an entire political party that would be making policy. Anyway, that is it for BC. We have just a couple stories on Doug Ford, and then that is a wrap for the most part. Okay. It's only been 4 hours. Back to the sandbox. Hermit horologists, they are really pandering to the worst people. The worst people tend to vote. I think there was a Brittle Star video about it. Actually, I'll see if I can find it for the wrap up. Just encouraging people to get out and vote and why. Actually, if one of, I'll see if I can find it in just a moment anyway. Lady Badash. Hashtag yes, all Johns. Obsessive audio. I don't appreciate being called anti-Semitic for calling out war crimes. I don't think anyone has done that to me yet, but give it time. Obsessive audio. I studied way too much World War II. Never again means never again, and this includes you. John Martinez, inbred yet ignored the Habsburgs and the other European families who are inbred. Royalty. Obsessive audio. What's the one about pointing one finger but 3 are pointing back? Well, I have extra tendons, so I can point at you without them pointing back at me. I can use any finger to point at somebody. Because I can do that. But I would never point at somebody like that. That would just be weird. So Life, I thought these right-wingers like to deny the Holocaust or say it's exaggerated. Only when they're not trying to compare it to COVID, apparently. John Martinez, Jonestown was a madman fooling 900 people into offing themselves. This guy is a racist clown who has no business being in any office. Yeah, really horrible. Hermit Horologist. Oh, that woman's channel was in my recommend list? Wait, does she have... Oh, okay. I was thinking the candidate, but you're talking about the host. Well, yeah, right-wingers tend to get more reach in the algorithm than people on the left do. Oh, you guys are talking about food again, and I'm hungry. Pecan pie, says John Martinez. My people, for some reason, love it, including myself. It's the perfect combination of sweet and sour. I love pecan pie. And there was actually a candle I used to get from a store that no longer operates, but the candle was called pecan pie, and it smelled so good. I do like scented candles from time to time. It's not going to be 5-hour long live stream, Looney Tunes. Okay. I will try to go through these a little bit quickly. It's just a couple articles about Doug Ford. Ford justifies tops up for MPPs amid tough cost of living, unfair base salary. They get paid so much money. And it's not just the money that they get paid as salary, it's all the bonus money they get to like cover cost of housing and dental care and health care and pharmacare that they get with their plans and how much they get with that. But because tough cost of living is unfair, and yet he's made most people part of, like, he's given most of his MPPs promotions and stuff, which greatly then spike up their salaries. None of them are hurting. None of them are hurting.
It's already one of the largest cabinets in provincial history. Nearly every member of the Progressive Conservative Party has an additional role that comes with a salary top-up. But the latest additions are raising eyebrows.
It's the gravy train. Biggest cabinet, most number of PAs, most expensive premier's office in history. It's incredible.
The Premier appointed Tyler Alsop as the parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Long-Term Care.
Tyler, we didn't have a parliamentary assistant in long-term care, so every minister needs one, especially a big portfolio like long-term care that we're building.
It's a role that comes with a $16,000 salary bump, but Alsop was elected.
$16,000 salary bump. I don't math, so let me just quickly math here on my phone. That's about the same as what a person relying on Ontario disability receives in an entire fucking year. Their salary is going up as much as I get in a year. Tough times, huh? Can my payments go up $16,000? I'd be living great. You know, if I got like $30,000 a year, I'd be so happy and secure. Like, what are they doing? Like, how much are they spending that they're not able to live within their means, that a raise is necessary for them? When people who are living off a disability are forced to live within our means, and we're chided and we're told to budget, and yet these rich assholes, they deserve a raise.
Elected less than a month ago and hasn't even stepped foot inside the Ontario legislature. Already, he's been given a promotion bump. But Alsop was elected less than a month ago and hasn't even stepped foot inside the Ontario legislature. Already, he's been given a promotion.
Who gets a raise before you even start a job? It's absurd.
Then there's Steve Clark, the former Minister of Housing who resigned during the Greenbelt scandal. He was promoted to government House Leader earlier this year and is now the parliamentary assistant to Premier Doug Ford. The promotion comes amid an ongoing RCMP investigation into the Greenbelt.
A government that is under RCMP criminal investigation right now, should not be promoting the very people who were at the heart of that scheme.
The Premier defended the promotions, claiming MPPs in Ontario aren't paid enough.
We make someone a parliamentary assistant, good for them. They get another, I don't even know what it is, 10 grand or something, and they work their back.
I don't know what it is. We give them like, what was it, 10 grand? I don't even think about it enough to know what the 5 digits are.
Back off around the clock 7 days a week, you're on call. So
MPPs in Ontario aren't paid enough.
We make someone a parliamentary assistant, good for them. They get another, I don't even know what it is, 10 grand or something, and they work their back off around the clock 7 days a week, you're on call.
No, they don't. The amount of vacation time this government has. They get so much vacation time, but they deserve a raise. For doing what exactly? Making the lives of people in Ontario more miserable?
So, but anyways, the base salary is never changed. And honestly, it's not fair.
And how many years did we go on Ontario disability before you decided to give us a raise?
Critics claim it's callous, considering the affordability crisis across the province. At Queen's Park, Colin DeMello, Global News.
This is, again, the way that he spends versus... Because this article was from a while ago. I covered it at the time. It again just goes to show how much this government spends. Doug Ford's government spends. And then he keeps on talking about like fiscal responsibility and stuff of that sort when it's so ridiculous. Just he is shoveling money out to the people in his party, to his cabinet. He is just shoveling the money out to them. Like their housing allowance is twice what I get per month. Their housing allowance. Never mind everything else that they get. Like if I got $2,500 to live on per month, my stress would be non-existent because that covers all my groceries, all my bills, everything. I'd even be able to save up. But they need that for housing allowance alone. Disgusting party.
Central part of Premier Doug Ford's brand, finding efficiencies in government and saving taxpayers' money.
Leaders at every single level of government, they have a duty. They have a duty to do everything we can to keep costs down for the hard-working people of Ontario.
But spend $1 billion to bring alcohol into stores early. We want to spend $60 billion estimate on making a tunnel under the 401. Then there's the billions we're spending on the spa, luxury spa, and the billing and the money we're spending on getting rid of, like moving the science center. And then you get the point.
But at Queen's Park, the costs at the very top have ballooned since the Progressive Conservatives entered government. The Premier's office under Doug Ford is now the most expensive in Ontario's history.
It starts at the top. And if the Premier's office is bloated, well, then there's a really good chance that the rest of government's bloated.
In 2019, Ford's first full year as Premier, there were 20 employees in his office on the Sunshine List who were earning 6 figures or more.
And again, for those who don't know what the Sunshine List up here in Canada is, it's public sector workers who are making over $100,000 a year.
In total, they cost $2.9 million. By 2023, the number of six-figure salary staff grew to 48, with a total compensation package of $6.9 million, a 136% increase over just 5 years.
As the Premier's office 2 or 3 times
Oh, but they need a raise, these poor people. They need a raise.
more effective than they were just a few years ago? And I think the answer is no. And I think that we're paying a lot more, but we're not necessarily getting more.
And while the progressive conservatives often measure themselves against the record of the former Liberal government, the numbers tell a different story. Ford is running a larger deficit than the Liberals, has recorded a higher provincial debt than the former government as well. Even the Premier's office under Kathleen Wynne was cheaper, costing $2.8 million for 18 employees on the Sunshine List. Now there are calls for change.
What really needs to happen right now is a top to bottom review of all government spending and leadership from the top. So leadership from the top means slimming down the size of the Premier's office.
Global News sent the Premier's office a list of questions about the spending. They did not respond. And among those questions, Global News had asked the Premier's office, what was the big difference between 2019 and 2023? Was there some major change in the office that necessitated 48 additional employees being on the Sunshine List? We also asked whether any steps were taken by the Premier's office to reduce costs. Once again, Global News got no response from the Premier's office.
How about they have to earn those raises? How about they have to earn all this? Like, has the government gotten better? Like, there were years when I had a salary job that we didn't get raises because the economy or the business was doing so bad. So why the fuck should they be able to get raises when life in this province is getting worse? It's so frustrating. And then he goes off and does things like this. Doug Ford, I was inspired by the team at the Daily Bread Food Bank, who are working tirelessly this Thanksgiving weekend and every day to support our community and provide food to those who need it the most. Thank you to all the volunteers who participate in the Daily Bread's Thanksgiving food sort. He'll go and promote something that shouldn't exist in this province. And 1 million people over the past year have had to use a food bank because of his policies. It's just so frustrating that here he is celebrating something that shouldn't exist. And I get pissed off whenever I see politicians doing this. And that's Toronto's mayor right there too, Olivia Chow. Just shoulder to shoulder with Doug Ford there. And just this person pointing out, Jagmeet, I think, when Doug Ford removed rent controls, food bank got busier. When 7,000 manufacturing jobs left Ontario under Ford Nation, food banks got busier. When workers get sick and don't have paid 6 days because he got rid of those, food banks get busier. When Ford exacerbates food bank usage, Doug Ford exacerbates food bank usage. He does. So frustrating. Anyway, I will look up that video, and then there's like 2 videos that we can... I think that is it. Where's that one at? I think those are the same video.
Elections.
Go to YouTube. I hate how Google does this now.
Election day is coming.
No. Because you Google it, but it doesn't open up in YouTube. It opens up in this weird player right now, and it's not... Sometimes it lets you... There we go. Okay.
Day is coming up fast.
Anyway, I'll show you guys this video in just a second, but let's check the Sandbox. John Ross, your thoughts on the Anna Kasparian Substack? Had to ask. I do have thoughts of it, but I still plan on making that video eventually that I keep on saying that I plan on making about Anna, and I'll include my thoughts in that. Because I don't want my channel to be like a gossipy type channel, but yeah, I definitely have thoughts about it. I'm not against talking about it if I'm on a panel or something either. It's not going to be 5 hours. Obsessive audio. Okay, rage levels rising with the Doug Ford stuff. Yeah. Was it Lady Badash that made the comment? I saw a comment. Where is it? I think it was Lady Badash that said, "Send the bees." Obsessive audio. How is Ford not in jail? Well, considering how many investigations he's under, he should be. Also mentioning like $8 billion on the Greenbelt scam, the largest scandal in Canadian history. Like, it is just, the corruption is so blatant. So blatant. Yep, it was Lady Badass who sent, "Send more bees." For those of you who don't know, he swallowed a bee live on camera once. Not intentionally. Obsessive audio. I have no proof, but I would take a large bet he's taking Kremlin money. If you go to Press Progress, you can look up an article that says that there's back channels between Russia and his party. It doesn't connect him directly to Russia, but it connects some people in his staff to Russia. Like, I don't understand how somebody can be so fucking corrupt and get away with all of this. Anyway, there was just a couple videos, they're short, that I thought were interesting. One is from Steve Boots, and then I just remembered the Brittle Star one. So, let's give them a watch to unwind, shall we? So this is from Steve Boots. The title is "Conservatives Are Meaner. I Have Proof."
And now, conservatives don't care about others, and now we have proof. Specifically, I want to look at conservatives don't care about others, and now we have proof. Specifically, I want to look at a couple of different studies that show the way that the conservative mindset affects the way that people look at the world, because it shows up again and again. Every poll that you see shows that conservatives have a significant disconnect from the rest of the population when it comes to their worldviews. Maybe it's about disinformation or misinformation. Maybe it's about women's rights. Maybe it's about immigration. But the same underlying things impact their views on all of these issues, and once you understand it, a lot of things make more sense. So the study I want to look at is this one from Nature in 2019. It looked at something called the moral circles that people hold. The idea is that within your personal...
You know, to me, it's weird to think that there's like biological reasons why people are on the political spectrum, but it actually, there seems to be like actual proof backing this, because it's not only what he's talking about here, but it's also like the disgust and fear response tends to be more sensitive in Republicans and conservatives and right-wingers. Like, it seems so bizarre that there are actual biological indicators as to how left-wing or right-wing a person might be. It's like, it just seems weird to me that that should be a thing, because I'd like to think that there's no biological aspect of me that makes it more likely that I'll believe one thing over another. I'd like to think that, but it's not like I've experienced being anyone else, so I don't know.
View, there are different groups that you care about to different degrees, and they broke this into a number of different categories. Broadly, they looked at the love of family, love of friends, and love of all others. And what they found was very clear. Love of family was relatively consistent, as was love of friends, But someone who identified as very liberal was far more likely to feel love for all others than someone who identified as very conservative. Conservative caring seems to be very limited to their personal circles. And there were some very specific values that the study narrowed in on that highlight the ideological gaps. People who identified as liberals were far more likely to embrace universalism, where they cared about everybody, regardless of where they live or where they come from. People who identified as conservatives are much more bent towards nationalism, where they only cared about people who were from their home country or region. And this chart shows something even more striking. Conservatives feel very high identification with their country, some identification with their community, and far less identification than any other part of the political spectrum with the broad totality of humanity. They care.
And we see this all the time, too, with conservatives. Like, there's that comment like, oh, conservatives don't care about this until it affects them. That we see that all the time. That the only time some conservative politicians, like I've seen examples, plenty of examples, like down in the States and stuff, oh, I wasn't for gay marriage until turns out my child was gay. All the time.
Care about people in incredibly narrow and selective ways, and it leads to destructive political views. So this image here lays this out in very direct terms. Each one of these circles on the graph represents a different type of moral value, and it works from closest to you to farthest. So the first circle is your immediate family, and the middle is all the people in your country, outermost circles, all things in existence, everything else in between is a spectrum. And if you look, people who identify as liberals care far more broadly about people. It's very clear. And it's not that they don't care about their direct and immediate family, it's that their caring is much more broad. Like, caring for all living things in the universe doesn't exclude their family, it just goes beyond it. Conservative caring shows itself to be very narrow. And this is a huge study. It looked at over 40,000 people over multiple studies. And what this really shows is that conservative ideology is defined by in-group versus out-group thinking. They care about those who are close to them, those who are in their circle, in their group, and few others. It's a failure of empathy. It's a failure to expand their moral circle beyond themselves and their families. And
I don't know, like, is it possible to teach empathy to all people, or are there just some people who, no matter what, are incapable of it, or they're incapable of expanding it? Because, again, I would like to think that something like empathy isn't tied to some sort of biological element in a person, that everyone has the capability of growing and becoming a better person, and that usually requires empathy.
until we deal with that underlying failure of human empathy that's coming from conservative movements, how do we move forward? I don't know how we convince people that they need to care about others, and it shows up in so many different ways. In anti-immigrant sentiment, anti-indigenous sentiment, anti-trans sentiment, anti-everything sentiment. They hate everything that isn't in their immediate circle, or at the very least, they don't feel empathy for them. And until we get conservatives to recognize that they have nearly everything in common with every other person in the world, and that our shared humanity bonds us all, I don't know how we move forward. If your caring about somebody is defined by imaginary lines on a map and not by your shared humanity, I don't know how to help you. Somebody born in India and somebody born in Canada are different only in the ways that we assign to them. Humanity is the same. Somewhere along the line, it seems like conservatives lost that understanding, and it needs to change.
It needs to change. Yes. Everyone go subscribe to see Steve Boots. It's really good channel. And there was this, I saw it on Twitter. It's on YouTube too, so we will watch this one because it's just fun and short.
Election day is coming up fast. But seriously, does your one vote even matter? Why bother voting? Well, because lots of terrible people vote. That's right. Think of the worst who seem to benefit off the back of regular people's suffering. The ones who don't care about anyone else but themselves, except maybe their shareholders. They vote. But not only them. The person who cut you off in traffic, they vote. The person who didn't hold the door for you, they vote. Or they're American and just visiting. The person who put up a fuss about wearing a mask, they vote. The people who start sentences with, "I'm not racist, but," they vote. They all vote. All the terrible people vote. That's why you need to vote. You're not terrible. Probably. I don't know for sure. You might be. If you are, just ignore this video. But if you're not a terrible person, your vote is super important. So vote.
This is kind of cute. Okay. Take this out of my ear hole. Continuing to unwind. There was something, I don't know why I'm just randomly thinking of this. That I was mentioning in my last live stream. I was rewatching the Punisher series, the Marvel TV series. I really love Punisher and Daredevil. Like those two, so good. And I've probably seen, the Punisher both seasons 3 times. This might have been my 4th time rewatching it. There is a line in the 2nd season that I hadn't caught on to before that I'm just like, this is the dumbest line of dialogue I have ever heard in a TV series. This was said in all seriousness. He can't find you if he doesn't know where you are. Yeah. I don't know why, but I find that line to be so utterly ridiculous. And it was said, again, in all seriousness. Like, it was just, yeah. Back to the Sandbox. Maybe my Halloween stream will be my first 5-hour-long live stream. This will not be my first 5-hour-long live stream. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000. I never heard anyone asking for a raise before starting a job. Yeah. Atticus Among Us. Heckling Anna in real time is semi-entertaining, but the amount of simps is overwhelming. I know people love TYT drama, but I'm about the politics. I am. But I'm not against talking about it. It just, I need to talk about it in some sort of context. Like, what's the point? Is it just to stir the pot? Like, is there a bigger point? I don't do it just because. There needs to be a reason for it. Unless, let's say, I'm on with other people and it gets brought up, then yeah, sure. But, there needs to be more to it, I guess. But I also understand it does tend to bring my channel clicks when I talk about it. Obsessive audio, the Science Center is a lie. Yeah, those same roof panels that were beyond repair, so why the Science Center needed to be shut down. Something, what was it, like 12% of schools are in the same situation? Ridiculous. Science Center did not need to be closed down. Let's see. Atticus Among Us, let's celebrate charity when general welfare fails. Yay. Yeah, it should not be the responsibility of a church, of a charity organization, of a community group to pick up the slack of what the government is supposed to be doing. It is their job, to make sure that we have the housing and that food is accessible and all that sort of stuff. That's why we elect them into office, is to help with our quality of life. It is their job. It's not the job of just any old community group to pick up that slack. The politicians are the ones that are getting paid quite nicely to do that sort of thing. And it's completely unacceptable that we have to fall back onto community groups in order to pick up that slack, to fill that void. Because without those community groups, so many people would be falling through the cracks and suffering and not making it to the next day. Absolutely unacceptable to live in a country this wealthy and for people to have to rely on a food bank. Apparently I read Looney Tunes' mind, but I don't know how I read your minds. Soul Life saying you'll have 600 live viewers on an Anna video. Yeah, Lady Badash, send more bees. Wicker Man, his ass. If I were to do a live stream on Anna, there needs to be a reason. I'll probably premiere the video once I get around to actually making it, which is similar to a live stream. But even when I have premiered videos about that sort of stuff, again, I don't get out in the algorithms. Like my video about my time at TYT and Rebel HQ, it got a lot of views for my channel, but it didn't get a lot of views. John Martinez, that is interesting. I am not sure how I grew to be so left-leaning, but I love myself and I love my politics. Yeah, well, I grew more into it because I was more closed-minded as a kid because conservative household and stuff. But as I got older and exposure to more different types of people and things of that sort, my mind opened up. And I'd like to think my family would be capable of that, but I'm the most progressive left-leaning one that I can think of. John Martinez, my dumbass mega supporting cousin is like this, narrow-minded, hateful, and ashamed of his brown skin. He blocked me after I reminded him of such. I guess the only thing that has given me hope with my family is of the family I actually talk to, which isn't much. And the family I don't talk to, it's not because of politics, but other family stuff. I have seen change in them when I've talked to them, because it is a matter of, you know, sometimes the way you have to approach people is more gently, with compassion. Understand the media that they've been absorbing and don't tell them they're stupid, even though you might think it. When all of the media that they've been experiencing is of a certain sort, how would they know any different? And so it's important to say, okay, well, this information you got is false, and give them time to let it sink in, because nobody wants to be wrong. It just kind of happens. So you have to give them time to set in. Don't expect the change to happen right away, and be sensitive to the fact that once they realize they're wrong, they might be embarrassed about being wrong. And so you have to be a little bit compassionate along that line too. So you don't want to make fun of them or something, because if you do that and they feel ashamed for getting it wrong in the first place, then and you point that out to them, then they might be less likely to want to change their mind or come out about other things because of how different people react to them, if you guys get what I'm meaning. Soul Life, I once saw a study that linked mutation in the brain with cheating in a relationship, so I'm sure it could be. I'd hate to think that someday I could get hit over the head and become like Maple MAGA or something. Lady Badass, Sandy is a cab, but Frank Castle. He's not a cop. I do find it funny with Frank Castle, though, how a lot of the police officers and stuff love to take on the character, you know, have the skull on their phone or on a badge or all this sort of stuff. They love to take on the Punisher thing. But it's like a lot of these cops are horrible people, corrupt people. It's like, I hate to break it to you guys, but Frank Castle wouldn't exactly be friendly towards you. Like, I think one very stark example of it, and I'm sorry to go this dark again, was the shooting in the elementary school down in the States where the police were just standing by while these children were being slaughtered, and there was literally like a Punisher logo on one of their phones. It's like, what do you think you would actually do to those cops for standing by and doing nothing? But some people don't get comics at all and stuff. And a lot of his character, it's like, I don't agree with just going off and murdering people no matter who, like if they're bad people. But I understand the character, and sometimes, like, that's the nice thing about fictional characters, is it allows some catharsis, you know? Some like, I get it. I would never do it, but I get it. And it's just a cathartic feeling of like, you know, part of you just like, let's just do it. But of course you never would in real life. And you would never actually want that in real life. But that's why, you know, TV shows, stories, books, movies, sometimes they're just very cathartic like that. I've cut off at 4 hours and 58 minutes before, and I'm not against doing it again. To those people who are asking. Maybe my Halloween stream will be 5 hours. And of course at the beginning, I'm like, oh yeah, this won't be too long because I don't have too much on my docket. Blah, blah, blah. I always say that. So Life, I saw someone in Vanguard chat yelling at someone critical of Anna, saying, since you're such a nice person, why don't you take in all the homeless and addicts and fall into the trap of getting them out? Oh yes, because it's the individual's responsibility to fix all societal ills. Most superheroes work with the cops, Mozart. Like even Daredevil did and stuff. Uvalde, that was the school, John Martinez, yes. Tragic, tragic. Let's see, so a reminder, I will soon be able to share this with people. Which book on this list is mine? And I'm still a little hesitant because I don't know if my book is any good or if it's just pure trash. But I challenge people, you read it, you should be able to figure it out. Which one? Like if you read the descriptions, you should be able to figure out which one is my book. And I challenge you to figure it out. I want to see at least some people guessing. Let's see. Don't forget, I have those new social medias for people to go follow. I'm doing this. I'm winding down. I'm saying goodbye before the 5 hour mark. Because I'm also really hungry. I didn't have like a midday snack, so I haven't really eaten anything since this morning. Looney Tunes says I was rated by Lucy Hayes. Oh, thank you. I don't know who that is. Thing is, it's like I have no idea. John Martinez just saying, I get supporting other writers, but I just want yours. I get I'm worried you guys might not like my book. But you don't have to buy the books to read the descriptions. And I'm pretty sure based on the descriptions, and I'll just toss this back in the sandbox again, you should be able to figure out which book is mine. You don't have to buy it, but I'd love to see guesses, even though I can't confirm or deny it until afterwards. But I'm worried people will look at me differently based on this fictional book I wrote, you know? Because it's like, is it actually really bad? And I just don't know. I don't know. It depends on which version Soul Life if Spider-Man worked with the cops, because wasn't one of his girlfriends the daughter of one of the cops? And he sort of kind of worked with the cops before he killed, like one of them died or something in one of the versions of Spider-Man. Yes, I don't know when I'll be doing my next live stream, but you guys know all this. This, of course, is the best way to support my channel if you can, but only if you can. And I'm adding things to my Amazon wish list, which is linked below. Every little bit helps. Yes, thank you so much for the raid, Lucy. I hope it wasn't like just now as I'm winding down to get off the stream. Yeah, I don't think there was anything else I wanted to say. I hope you guys did enjoy yourselves while I was ranting about Canadian politics and all that sort of stuff. I hope I make it interesting and digestible. Let's put it that way. John Martinez, hell, I'm worried when I sing karaoke at Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, but then when they start cheering me on, that worry fades. I'm sure your book will be good. I don't know. I don't know if it is. I love it though. I've read it like a dozen times and yeah. Anyway, I'm calling it a night. Oh yeah, Monday, Rebecca Azira's, I think that's how you say her last name. It's going to be on the Letter Hack, and she might have very good, interesting things to say about current politics because she's from Haiti, and there was all that stuff in the news about Haiti recently. So be worth checking out. Anyway. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy at the 4-hour and 47 mark. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.